Mic is working. That's good. Hello and welcome to the Saturday dev stream. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really happy to be making this video game right now. Oh, I have all my laundry on my chair. How embarrassing. Oh well, it's gonna be fine. I'm so happy to get to work. So excited. Let's do it. All right. So, is the chat working? The chat always has issues. Let me just see. A test. I use this restream thing. It works pretty good. It really is always trying to sell itself to me, but it works all right. The chat is not opening up. I'm sure it'll figure itself out eventually. Anyhow, hardly anyone's here. Oh, hey, Looper Cal. My week has been moderate. I would say moderate, yes. But now all that matters is we're here. So I've been continuing with the markup. How has your week been, by the way, Looper Cal? I've been continuing with the markup on the songs, and I think we just finished this one. This is the restoration round. I'm just gonna play it. Let's put it into developer start settings, and I just want to make sure that we actually finish the job on that. So shrine repair, water trap, raise earth. Here, I want to add the other song here, which I believe is Temple Raiser. Yeah. So the string of the song name, Temple Raiser. Say you've merely acquired it. I think that's all we need to do there. I'll go save project. All right, chat is working. Perfect. I think it's almost, maybe it takes one message or something seems to be from YouTube to finally get the chat working. I don't know. Deal is, oh, I better turn my audio on. I did not hear that follow. I only saw it at the glimpse of my eye. Lumilander, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Okay, let's check this song. Make sure it's working. I wonder if that's really loud for you guys. It seems to be pushing the levels pretty high there. Okay. So I'm gonna try the restoration round song just to make sure that it's working. That song is really fun to play. Honestly, all the songs are fun to play, and it's beautiful. I'm really pleased with that. So that was perfect. That worked well. Let me just make sure that I have the short song. Oh, I didn't actually write in the short song. I need to actually write out what the short version of those are. So in order to check the short version, I just need to go to Restoration Rounds. Oh, that's not the name of the song. Playing a lot of Steam demos. All right. Next Fest is on Monday. But you're playing them already. An early Next Fest. The developer start settings. I just want to find the name of this song. I think it's called Shrine Repair. And it says it's 42570. Let me just make sure that that's actually the song that we want. 0, 1, 2, 3. So it's 42570. So 42570. That's cannot be what we want here. So I'm going to take a look at the, it seems that we have not yet done the short sequence. So I'll take a look at the first few notes of the song and just copy it. Hey, Kate Zib. Welcome, welcome. We are of course, going to be in Next Fest with our demo. And I'm thinking about doing a live Q&A session. You can post in the community announcements on Steam. You can post a live Q&A thing. There's an option for it. I don't know. I'm worried that it would be a bit boring, or that nobody would come, or that lots of people would come and the only question anyone would ask is, when is it coming out? Or other questions I cannot answer. Although there's not that many questions I can't answer. When is it coming out is, I think that that's the only question I can't answer. And I can't answer that because we don't know when it's coming out. It doesn't do us much good to give a fake date, does it? But I would be a little worried about that. Lupercal says, oh, talking to Kate. Okay, so let's look at the restoration round song. Let's open up the text for it. Let's just go. Is that really the song? Okay, 0, 1, 2, 4, 2. 0, 1, 2, 4, 2. Should we do it that long? I don't know. Let's give it a try. 0, 0, 1. Oops. So it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 4, 2. 0, 1, 2, 4, 2 would be 0, 1, 2, 4, 2. That should be really easy to play. So perfect. Okay, that works. So we could say quarter 4 or quarter 3 or quarter 1 or whatever it is. But I mean, what if we miss it, you know? Like if we don't, finish by that quarter, it just doesn't help us to say that. I mean, it sates everybody's curiosity, but then if we miss it, then it's like, why would we even promise something? I mean, there's no reason to. It only makes sense like once we are within striking distance and we are close enough to see any other releases coming out to stay clear of them and stuff, then just give the date, and then do as much hoopla at that point. But if you give a quarter, well, now you kind of bound yourself a little bit, and then you might miss it. And then, of course, you could miss it, but then you just, whatever. What was even the point of announcing it if it wasn't honest? And then you sort of lessen your ammunition a little bit as well if you're trying to give your release date as a piece of ammo for a showcase. If you've already said quarter 4, people already kind of know the time range. It's more exciting if you just come out with a date after never having given a date before. So yeah, that's why we don't do the quarter thing. Yeah, I'm with Woozy Face. Yeah, why say anything? Yeah, I don't know what we lose by not saying anything. I don't know if there are people out there who would go, well, if you don't have a release date yet, then I'm just not interested. I tend to feel like those people aren't that interested anyway. So all right, so we've got that song and it works well. Now let's move on to the next song, which I think is going to be we're going to sort of take this tempo raiser and we're going to map it to the shovel song, which we're no longer using for anything. So I need to notate the song. I don't think I've notated it yet. Let's see. So let's find that Hymn of Seas Abyss. Wait, what? Okay, so we just got a random song mapped there, but we have the correct background track, which is awesome. Perfect. So this is all the stuff that we need. I'm just going to delete all this. And let's get our song in here. I love this shovel song. It's just a really cool song. Let's put the accompaniment in, which is really quiet. I'm going to normalize the accompaniment and then turn it down just a little bit. That should be louder than it was before anyway, right? Yeah. Don't want it too quiet. It's such a short song. It's such an awesome song. Okay. So here we go. We're going to render here. I'm going to overwrite the last one, just make it a little bit louder. And now we've got to get the MIDI in there. Okay, so here's the MIDI. Oh, you know what I bet I didn't do is adjust the tempo. So let's delete everything and look at the tempo. So it's 150 BPMs. That's too fast. Well, we're going to have to set it to 150. And then we're going to have to notate it at 150, but then we're going to have all the times because 150 is going to make the notes come too quickly, even though the song will be the same tempo regardless. Okay, now let's get the accompaniment in there. Now let's, oops, I just hit new. Oh no, this is a new tab. I didn't even know you could do new tabs. All right, and now we will re-render that. Okay, and now we got to get the MIDI in there and it should match up this time. There we go. There we go. Okay, and it looks like it's, wow, how many measures of lead do we have here? We come in on the 5th measure. So we have 4, 8, 12, 16. We've got 16 beats of lead. So let's go ahead and go to our, oops. Restoration round is not what we're modifying. We're modifying the shovel song. And we need to change the tempo to 150, and we need to change the lead time to 16 beats. So for anyone who doesn't know what I'm doing here, got some new people in the stream. Right now I'm writing in the music markup for players to play the rhythm game. The game doesn't read MIDI files. I just literally write in the notes and the duration. It takes a little bit of time, but it's not too bad. Nash fan, hello, says, do you guys have a ton of wish lists? Oh, you're saying, dude, you guys have a ton of wish lists. How did you guys market, or was it since your previous game was so well received? Maybe both. I'll answer that in a second. Kate says, by the way, didn't get a good chance to compliment music mechanics yet. My friend found songs a bit complex, but I simply went, yay, Guitar Hero mode. All right, so I'm glad you liked it. We actually just did a big change where we made the first song, actually partially due to the recommendations from people here in this stream. We were all talking about it, anyone who was here last time. And I made the first song, the Tilling song, significantly easier, just to sort of ramp the difficulty a little bit. And I'm hoping that sort of quells some people's thoughts on the difficulty. It really is, the minigame really does have to be practiced a little, and people aren't used to having to practice something to actually like improve at it. So we should have been more careful about the difficulty ramping, I think, but hopefully it gets a little bit better. Nashvan asks about our wish list. So we have 150,000 wish lists. We just passed that, I think, like a week ago. In terms of marketing, we didn't really do anything that is anything beyond the normal things that you do. Pretty much the normal things that you do. You just have your beats. You have your game announcement beat. You have your demo release, and you have your release date announcement beat, and you have your release beat. So those are like kind of like your 4 beats. And then for each of them, you just try to make as much hoopla as you can. You can try to get into a festival. You can try to get press coverage. You can try to get into a showcase or whatever. And a lot of like the showcases will ask, are you going to be like giving us anything exclusive? And you can give them like a release date announcement trailer or a game announcement trailer, like world premiere, some people call that. And you just kind of get what you can get. But the marketing game is really simple, and we all do the same stuff. And the real difference is just the game. It's just the game. If you have a game that people really want right when they see it, then you get a ton of wish lists. And if you don't have that, then you don't get any wish lists, and it literally doesn't matter what you do. I mean, you could spend $100 million on marketing. Said this many times before. You could spend $100 million on marketing. If you don't have a game that people fundamentally want, you're not going to get very many wish lists on it. I mean, you might get like 10,000 instead of 100 or something. If you spent tons and tons and tons and tons of money on marketing, but you would just be incinerating the money. Basically, we all do pretty much the same things. And then the difference between marketing well and marketing poorly, in my opinion, is not that big of a difference. You'll get like, maybe you'll get 50% more wish lists if you did a really banger job on like all of your beats, and you did a bunch of hoopla, and you did a bunch of content marketing, and maybe you even did some paid promotion. Maybe you had some really, clever timings on things. You got into the best showcases. You have this great mental landscape of all the journalists and all the showcases and all the festivals, and you know exactly which ones to apply to. Really, there's not that big of a difference. You'll never be able to turn like a 500 wishlist game into like a 50,000 wishlist game. So it really is just all in the game. And everyone, marketing people love to say the biggest marketing thing you can do is choose the right game, the right genre. And that's definitely true. Some games, the genre just sells better than other genres. In our case, I don't think our genre is that strong. And to be honest, I don't think our wish lists are that strong either. 150,000 is, it's okay. I wouldn't say I'm like completely stoked on it. Like, oh yeah, dude, game over. Like it's going to be amazing. I mean, we spent a lot of money making the game, so we need a lot of wish lists, and we need to make a lot of money to pay, to pay back the development budget. So yeah, it's pretty good. But, and as to your other question, was it because your previous game was well received? Yes, only a little bit though. Like never overestimate that. I think people really overestimate, at their own peril, they overestimate brand equity. I cannot tell you how quickly a game would flop if people still don't fundamentally want the game. Like if our next game was like a puzzle, like a mobily looking sort of puzzle game, I guarantee you it would have like 500. It doesn't matter how well eShade did. People are just gonna, they're excited about what they are excited about, and you can't really change that. Brand equity doesn't really mean that much. The reason I say it helped us a little is because like our announcement, Songs of Glimmerwick announcement, was broken by IGN. It was front page IGN. And the way we got that is there's somebody who works at IGN who loved eShade. She called it her favorite game of 2019. Rebecca Love is her name, and that is why she broke Songs of Glimmerwick, because she trusted that it was going to be cool because she played eShade and she loved it. So in that sense, and that kind of opportunity comes from making a game that kind of has a cult fan base. I mean, the people who like eShade really, really like eShade, and it helped in that way. But in general, no, it's not like we can just pull all of our fans from eShade. I mean, I guarantee you 90% of the people who played Eastshade have never heard of Glimmerwick still. It's really weird. It's like you start over every time. It's like impossible to just magically reach all the people who played this game. For most people, this is just some weird game that's in their Steam library. A lot of them didn't even play it. And many of them who did play it are not thinking about it anymore, and they're not checking our updates, and they're not, going to go look at any sort of news or anything like that. And they're not going to play it again. So they're not going to see our little Songs of Glimmerwick button on the start menu of the main menu in Eastshade. Anyway, that's my answer to that. Okay, let me catch up with chat. Okay. Acu says, hello, by the way. What about for new developers who are making their first game? I don't actually know the context of this question. Acu says, so how do you feel about short developed games, the way Chris Z is promoting? I don't know. I mean, it seems to work. I think Chris is talking to a beginner audience, and I think making short games is generally thought of better for beginners because it's completely crazy. Like to do what I do with my studio, which is take more than 5 years on a game and work full time on it and spend a bunch of money on it, is completely nuts for someone who's a beginner. That's literally just like a money bonfire. You virtually have no chance because there's no guarantee that you're going to make something amazing that's going to be, worth that much more. So I think that it's kind of good beginner advice to just start small, not because it is, a better business model, but just because you sort of mitigate risk in the sense that if it sucks, and you're not able to make a game that is commercially competitive, then at least you didn't lose that much. There's also this idea that like you have to make a bunch of games before you make a good one. That has not been the case for us. Eastshade was the first game that I ever started working on that was my own. I mean, I worked in AAA before that, but I had zero game design experience. Obviously, they didn't come and ask me for game design at AAA games. I was literally just a 3D artist. That's all I did. So I really do feel like Eastshade is the first game that I ever started working on. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like just making a bunch of really tiny games would really kind of like hone your design that much, but maybe it does. I don't know. Maybe it hones something. I don't know. But the only small game-ish that we've ever made was Leaving Lindau. And I guess we learned a lot about like shipping a game in terms of like the end, like mostly like admin stuff. But in terms of actually like making a good game, in terms of game design, programming, art, all the things that go into making that, I don't necessarily know if we learned more from Leaving Lindau than we did from our other big games. But there's definitely multiple roads to Rome. You can do the quick game thing. It's not the cut of our jib. I know that the big game thing works if you are certain that you can really, really make something remarkable. And maybe that's why it's just really not recommended for beginners. My background is AAA, so I don't really have any interest in making small games either. That's not the kind of games I want to play as a player. I want to play epic games. I want to play like really like, like remarkable, big, epic games. And that's what I want to make. Nashvan asks, how big is your team? There's 3 of us. Yes, it's myself, my wife, and one other full-time programmer. And we also have one contract animator who works from time to time. And then we also have a contract composer. Kate says, I feel like Glimmerwick got a decent coverage in Cozy Games list, especially the one focusing on witchy and alternative farmer games. At least that's how I found out about it 3 years ago. That's good information, Kate. We actually got turned down from the Wholesome festival, or the Wholesome Direct that actually just happened. We got turned down from that, and that's when we decided we were going to break our own demo announcement, which went pretty well. We got 25,000 wish lists from the whole ordeal. The context was marketing. I don't know what that's in regard to. Lupercal says, I'm not sure I've seen a better looking first indie game than Eastshade. It was very ambitious. Yeah. Yeah. And it's all about, I think it's just, it's all about your core skills. I feel like the skills are the straw that stir the drink. I feel like my skills are everything. It's all that matters. It's what everything that has ever worked for us, is because of our like basic, our basic game dev skills, whether it's art or coding. I feel like those are the things that Stir the drink. I think I'm almost caught up here. Sam Plus says, hello, by the way. You can tell when heart and soul has gone into the game. Yeah, I think you can usually. But, you know, there are lots of games who have had quicker dev cycles than us, who have way more wish lists than us. So I think that there are certain, like, we don't optimize for games that will sell the best. I know that there are games that we could make that would take us less time and sell for way, 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 way more. Like, I really feel that way. Sometimes I see a game that's like a crafty buildy game, and it like, it looks janky and stuff, and I feel like we could crap one of those games out in a couple of years and it would sell better than any game we've ever made. But it's just not what we want to do. So not that I don't, you know, think well of folks who want to make those kinds of games. That's beautiful. That's awesome that is what they want to do. It's so fortunate that what they want to do perfectly lines up with what things people want to buy. Unfortunately, we've got this stupid bug where we like to make these narrative games and they just don't sell as well. So we're not in a good, we're not in a horrible genre, but we're not in a great genre either. And the kind of games we make are expensive and they take a long time and they don't sell that well for how expensive and how long they take. I'm well aware of that. Hey, Ryan JQ. Hello, hello. Did they say why they turned you down? No, they don't give any reasons. Those festivals are hard. I don't really know what their criteria is for taking stuff. I mean, it's certainly not size of game. There were many much smaller games than us that got accepted in there, and then there's like 15 to 20 paid slots as well. So I think next time, you know, part of the problem is we were kind of ran out of money. And I think for next game, we will probably pay for some of these showcases. We'll just like buck up and pay the 25 grand or whatever it costs. I think that would be worth it. At least for the peace of mind and not have to beat to the drummer of these festivals and just like have a big beat plan that you did all this work for. Like you're promising someone like your demo announcement or something like that. And you just don't even know if they're going to take you. And it's like, I can't plan a campaign around that. I can't. It's so aggravating. It's such a horrible way to do it. I need to know where our beats are going to be. I need to plan for them. I need to, you know, have our trailers ready and all of our marketing assets ready. And I need to like time the entire dev cycle around it. It's a very stressful way to do things, applying for these festivals and showcases. Now, Nash Friend says, wish you the best of luck. Hey, thank you so much. Oh, and thank you for playing Eastshade. And I'm glad to hear you liked it. Makes me happy. IQ says, I've heard Wholesome Direct is a very relationship focused. It's about their homies. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe, but I don't know about that. Looper Cal says, I don't think you needed Wholesome Games. Nexus will do the work for you. I mean, it's arguable whether we got the IGN preview. So I think that could have been bigger than Wholesome in the end. We got 25,000 wish lists. That's a shite ton of wish lists. So most games in the Wholesome Direct are not getting that many wish lists anyway, so I think it's totally fine. How are your financials now? Are they in bad shape? Well, we're going to run out of money at the time that we ship this game, so we've spent all of our money, which is better shape than some people, because some people not only have they spent their money, they don't have any money and they actually owe a bunch of money, right? Like some people have a publisher who's going to take some massive recoup, but the first dollar that Glimmerwick makes, we don't have a publisher or anything. We get it. So, we're a game ahead of our funding in that sense. So it's not the worst place in the world to be. And as long as Glimmerwick, makes over $2 million, then we'll have made all our money back and more. So would you take a loan? If we really had to take a loan, then we would. We kind of take loans in the form of, some of our partners are sort of delaying their invoices until after Glimmerwick ships. So in that sense, we do owe some people money in that sense. Lubrical says, can I ask if you consider early access? It's a controversial one these days. I don't like early access because I think it hurts your overall sales. And I think that you're asking the biggest fans of your game to play the worst version of your game. I just want to finish the game. And it's not that kind of game anyway. It's not a systemic, infinitely replayable game. You know, it's a game full of content, full of stories. I think that many people will play it once or maybe twice, but it's just not exciting. I think it's the wrong fit. It's the wrong kind of game for early access. I feel like demos are kind of the new early access anyway. We got a lot of feedback from our demos, so if we did early access, it would be doing it for the wrong reasons. It would just be doing it for money. And that is the worst reason to do early access. Terrible. As long as people, Sam Plus says, as long as people know about the game's existence, you are good. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. No, not Phoenix. I won't get into particulars on the partners who've delayed. Nobody in the core development team. Mostly our B2B, big B2B ones. Kate says, guess I'm just buying 2 games at the release. Later decide what to do with the second copy. All right. Thank you, Kate. You're too kind. You're too kind. Okay. Let me get to this here. Let's see. So we got 4 measures. Okay. Why is it just a little bit off? What's going on here? It says 150 BPMs. It's just like a little bit off from the beat. Okay, that one surely, I mean, should be like here. There's no way that this is what it's supposed to be. Huh, I wonder what happened here. These are just not on the beat. Let me take all of these and just put them max volume. Okay. I like that early hit. But if we're gonna do the early hit thing, then we should probably gonna have to do it on all of them. I don't know if we want to do it though. It's so weirdly syncopated. Yeah, this one I don't think we want to make players do that. Now the question is, do we want that sort of syncopation? That song is really good. Well, if we're gonna do the early one, I feel like we should probably do the early one. We just should make the pattern a little more consistent here. That song is fantastic. Okay, let's notate it. Let's do it. Here we go. Okay, so let me catch up with chat here. Lupercal says, what was your biggest setback in development? Having 2 babies. That's an easy one. Oh boy, is that an easy one. Particularly the second baby. I guess maybe the second baby you just feel more because we're closer to launch. But the biggest mistake I made in development, and I think about it all the time, and I'm absolutely beside myself with disappointment that I messed this up because it was so stupid. We should have hired more goddamn people. We should have hired right when we started Glimmerwick. I should have got some freaking guts and hired people. Like, I don't know what was my problem. We didn't hire our full-time programmer until 2 years in, and it made such a huge difference for us. And if we had just hired like 3 people just right away, day one of development, just freaking load up whatever we decided, would make us go faster. We should have just hired an actual team and put in the effort and put out good job listings, good job offers with really solid competitive pay on the global market. And we should have just got this entire game done in 4 years instead of 8 years. And it would have made development cheaper. I mean, the whole fear was that it was going to make development expensive to hire people. And I was so scared to hire people. I was so scared that we were going to hire someone and that they weren't going to pull the weight that they cost. And it was just going to put this like stress timer on the studio that like, oh, well, now we have this huge burn. And it is scary. It's terrifying to hire people. It's the scariest thing I've ever done in my entire life. But it's the only way. It's the only way if you want to make bigger games. You just have to hire good people. And that was the biggest mistake that I made. And I'd be so much further along. The studio would be so much further along if I had hired people. And I see my colleagues, my fellow indies who were good at hiring and were confident and just went for it. And I see them just blowing me out of the water, just lapping me, just like completely like they're off, they're making way more money. They're able to, they probably work less. They're probably less stressed. So stupid. So stupid. But I'm 35, so there's time to fix it. Okay, Ryan JQ says, so what happens if it doesn't make 2 mil? Worst case. Well, since we've already paid for the development, we don't owe anyone money. So even if it made 1 mil, the worst thing that would happen to us, we would just be a small family with $1 million, right? Which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I mean, we would still be able to make games, right? Because we have $1 million. So we would still be able to make games. We might have to scale back a little to be a little bit more careful that we don't spend, I think we'd probably set our production budget for next game at like 500 grand or something. But we could still keep making games. We wouldn't have to go and work for the man or anything. If it literally made no money, well, then we would just have to go get jobs. But we don't owe anyone money. So, well, other than the businesses that delayed their invoices, but that there's just no way that the game's not going to make $1 million. I mean, there is no game in the history of Steam. I don't believe there's a single game that had over 200,000 wishlists on launch and didn't at least gross $1 million, except for Cuff Bust. That is the only game I know of. And there's not that many because that's, it's not like a huge data set we're looking at there. But I'm fairly confident that Cuff Bust is the only game that managed to gross less than $1 million with that many wishlists. So not to say that our wishlist count is that insane. I mean, there are a lot of games with over 1 million wishlists. Our game is just not that broadly appealing. So it's unclear what will happen because I think our game is pretty good. So hopefully that floats a little bit. I mean, of course, it would be nice if the game overperformed its wishlist numbers based on the quality of the game. But I'm not counting on it, that's for sure. The only thing I'm counting on is just the lower end of the window of expectations for statistically what the game should make, which is really, it should be over $2 million. I mean, there's not that many outcomes, no matter how bad, that have the game grossing or netting, I should say netting us less than 2 million. You guys are too kind. Buying extra copies and gifting it. You're too kind. Woozy Face asks, how did you come up with the names for the songs? I don't know. We just thought. We just gave it a think. Did what sounded cool. We tried to keep thinking of names of various things, song, hymn, a chant. We're just trying to think of things that are like song-like. And then we just add something else to it. Probably skip this information. Do you have a musical education background? Asking since mapping music mini game besides composing it requires some special skill set. Right. Well, I don't compose the music. Phoenix makes all the music, and he writes these tracks too. I actually do have some songs in the game. At least one song right now that I wrote. But I used to do music in high school, but I don't have a musical background other than just the years I spent doing music in high school. I was really into music. I played drums in a band, 2 bands actually, and I like to write music. I actually wrote an entire album. It's a progressive metal album, and it's on the internet somewhere. And then once I discovered games, that I didn't want to do music anymore. Well, actually, that's not true. I still really like doing music, and I would enjoy doing music. Of course, I don't have time to do music, and if I'm going to do a hobby, I don't want to do a hobby in front of my computer, so I play ping pong instead for my hobby, which I don't have time for either right now. Sam plus Fam says, now for your 3rd game, someday after this launches and you're rolling in it, ready to start your 3rd project. It will be so far behind you. I don't even know what this one is in context. Maybe the having of children? Lupercal says, or maybe the mistake I made with not hiring people. But yeah, for the 3rd game, you know, we're going to do pre-production probably for a year. It just doesn't make sense to have a bunch of people around for that. But once we've done the pre-production, then I'm going to hire at least 2 other full-time forever people, hopefully forever people. And then we'll have a team of 2, 3, that's 5, including, so myself, my wife, our full-time programmer, and probably a full-time character / prop artist. So basically another 3D artist. And the 5th one, I don't know. I'm thinking rigger / animator. And then hopefully they can do some other stuff too, but that would be a big hole as well, I think, in our studio. Well, we really need another programmer too, so maybe 6. I don't know. I hope I can't. Yeah, I mean, in 99% of outcomes, we continue making games after this, Ryan JQ. So, Cal says, do the release of GTA and Ocarina of Time factor into your release schedule at all? No. No, I don't think that affects us very much. Ryan JQ has gifted eShade 4 times. Thank you. You're too kind. Oh my God, that's crazy. That's amazing. Sam plus Fam says, more concerned with Witchbrook's release. Yeah, I would be more concerned about Witchbrook, honestly, but I don't know. I mean, we don't know when they're going to release, so yeah. Well, thank you, Sam. All right, so here we go. Let's see if we can put this in here. All right, so first thing I always check, sometimes Phoenix writes melodies that don't fit in the range. Unfortunately, it looks like this is one of them. So yeah, this melody doesn't fit in a number of ways. It doesn't fit on the bottom and it doesn't fit on the top. We only have between G and G here. So it looks like we have one note that doesn't fit on the top. It's so annoying because I would love if I didn't have to ruin it, but it doesn't sound as good, that's true for sure. And this one, we're gonna have to either pop it an octave or do something else. Let's try popping it an octave. We could go up with it. Okay, that one actually sounds okay. So that fixes all of our problems. I really, really like this melody. But now let's actually write the thing. So it's going to be, the first note is 7, which is the highest note available to us. And it's 2 beats. The next note is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a lot of jumping around in this melody. 4, Then 6. And 6 has an interesting length. I think it's 1.5 beats. 6 is 1.5 beats. Because we got that early hit. And then we have another early hit for this one. So that means that that one is exactly 2 beats long. Oh, but what actually is this? So it's 4. This is going to be 3 as the 2 beat, and then it should be 4. 4 holds for 8.5 beats. Because we have the early hit here before the 1. Now we go to the next line and we start with the 4. It's 4 for 2 beats, 3 for 2 beats. And then this should be 1, but that's not right. So we messed something up. So 4, this must be 5. It just has to be. 0, 1, 2, 3. No, it is 4. 4, 3, 4, 3, 2. Oh yeah, okay, we're good. So 2 for 1.5 beats, 2 for 1.5 beats, and then 1 for 2.5 beats. 1 for 2.5 beats, and then we have the tonic probably at 0. And 0 holds, I'm guessing, for 8 beats. Yes, 8. Okay, and then we start a new phrase, and we start at the top here with 7. So 7 for 2 beats, 6 for 2 beats, and then all the way down to 1 for 1.5 beats, and 6 for 2 beats, I think, if we want to go do that early 1. No, I don't like the early 1 for this one. So it's not going to be 2 beats, it's going to be 2.5 beats. 6 for 2.5 beats. And then 4 for 8 beats. And I believe this is our last phrase here. We start with 0, 1, 2. 2 for 2 beats. 4, 3, each 1 beat. 4 for 1 beat. 3 for 1 beat. And then 1 for 2 beats. And then 6 for 2 beats. And finally, the tonic 0 for 5 beats. And that should be our song. We should be able to test it now. Catch up with chats. Okay. Ryan JQ says, can you stream pre-production? I don't know. I mean, we want to have some kind of announcement, and streaming would spill the beans. I did not stream the beginning of Glimmerwick until we announced the game. I don't know what that will look like. What do you do during pre-production? Well, we prototype, you gather reference, you think about, you sort of do R&D, research and development, try to maybe develop the art style, think about what kind of art style you're going to have, what the art pipeline is going to look like, do a little research into that. We're probably going to mess around with Godot, see if that will be viable for us. I know Jenny's been wanting to mess around with Godot, so she'll be able to have some fun with that, checking, what the coding is like and if we're going to be able to do all the things we want to do. So that's probably what pre-production will look like. Catarella, hello and welcome, says, I've been watching Witchbrook forever, but I'm almost more excited to buy Glimmerwick. All right, that makes me very happy. Really appreciate you saying that. Plus gift copies. Oh my goodness, you guys. Right away, because the art style, atmosphere, and concept are so charming. You're too kind. As an illustrator myself, the whole feel of running around in an illustrated world is incredible. Well, I'm so glad I'm so glad to hear you say that. That really fills my heart. Thank you, Catarella. Very kind to you. Kate says, same way, people who waiting for Witchbrook might look for another Magic Academy games to play while waiting for its release, so this can play into a good side. Yeah, but they might beat us. They might beat us. I mean, we're not that far out, but I have this feeling that Witchbrook is going to announce their release dates and then release very quickly. I think that it's going to happen really quick. I don't think they're going to like announce the release date a year out. My guess is they're going to announce the release dates, and then like a month later they're going to release it. That's just my feeling. I think that's how they're going to do it. They're just going to go really hard for that 1 month. And I would guess that they're pretty close to finish. Maybe they could be stuck in development hell. I doubt their publisher wanted to take this long. So there's going to be pressure, you know. They're kind of in a different situation. They have more money than God, so they can do whatever they want. I mean, we took so long on our game because we're scared to hire people because we don't want to mess up the hiring. And we know we can make a damn good game just with the team we have. I mean, Jacqueline and myself basically made almost all of Eastshade. So we were confident that we could do that given enough time. We had the babies. I mean, we knew that that was going to slow us down. It slowed us down a lot. It's really, 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 really hard to stay focused when you have children, young children. I hope it gets better, man. I hope this sucks right now. I'm not gonna lie. It's really freaking hard. I've got a almost 3-year-old and a newborn. He's only 5 weeks old, and it is absolutely grueling, and it never stops. Catarella, thank you so much for the follow. I missed that. Ryan Thurban, thank you. Appreciate the follow. But yeah, I really hope that it gets easier with the kids once they get older. I mean, I have to imagine it will. Once they like are going to school and stuff, surely it gets easier than this. That means a year of no streams. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Catarella says, nice to support a small studio that clearly cares so much about what they make. We do care a lot, maybe too much. But thank you. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. All right. Thank you, Kate, for the kind words. Looper Cal says, I always think if a game is similar to yours, it's a positive because you can take their feedback and use it to improve your game. Yeah, but it's not similar to ours. It's completely different. Everything about the game is as far as I can tell, very different. Their focus is different. I'm sure their game loop is going to be different. So I don't think it'll be too similar. It's just similar in the Witch Academy thing. The theme of the game, I guess the core fantasy of the game is similar. Yeah, I don't think it helps us, but I mean, it could be okay. I think, you know, if not for Witchbrook, maybe we'd be more the Witchbrook. Not that we have Chucklefish's scale or credibility or anything. Even though I don't know why. I mean, Chucklefish just kind of got on the ride of Concerned Apes, you know, seminal masterpiece that sort of propelled them into the stratosphere. But I don't know. I guess I haven't looked at their publishing history. Witchbrook has very few specific things explained about the game yet. Yes, and one of those is the clear focus on sort of simulation. They really want to make like a town simulator with NPC simulation, which is really cool. It's really cool. I think it's hard. It's hard for a lot of reasons, but you know, I think it could be really cool. Glimmerwick has a great demo. Thank you. Appreciate that. And that's why I mostly view Witchbrook as a social gifting simulator or Stardew-esque mechanics. Yeah, they might go sort of the more systemic. I think that they are going to be more systemic than Glimmerwick. I don't think it's going to be a world full of hand-authored quests and small stories. But I could be wrong. Children are not getting easier over time. Just saying. Well, that's just really a bummer. I can't do this forever. This is just awful. I mean, I have to imagine the time demand. I know people like to say that kids don't get easier, and then they're like, my 16-year-old really stresses me out. But like, it's so different. My 16-year-old's not going to wake me up 5 times in the middle of the night. I'm not going to have to be up from midnight to 7 a.m., you know, caring for my 16-year-old because he eats every 2 hours. And that's the kind of pressure that that I'm not very good at dealing with and staying, you know, being able to work effectively. It's just the raw hours out of your day just sitting there. I mean, I literally spend like I would say 2 to 3 hours of my day just holding the baby with the bottle in his mouth. Like, my teen is not going to do that to me. Like, there's not, I mean, maybe they're going to, you know, stress me out because I'm worried that they're, you know, out with friends that I don't think are a good influence. But I hope that the time pressure starts to lift a little bit. Lupercal says, has Witchbrook released a demo? Oh, no. They have not released a demo. They barely have released any footage of the game. They have one trailer that came out, I don't know, 5 months ago or something. Yeah. Very little of the game has come out. Very, 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 very little. We have probably like 20 times as much stuff about the game. We have tons. We have hours and hours of footage of the game. And of course, we have a full demo and everything. So, but that could just be their strategy. You know, they're just keeping it all in, and then they're just going to blow it all, use up all their ammo. In a few months, they're going to have a really quick cycle. But I don't know. Do you have children, Kate? Chaotic schedule really hits. Sleep deprivation in 30s is different from 20s. Oh, like your age. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, and sleep deprivation, and also just physical hours of care. Like, you can't work when you're caring for a newborn. It's almost impossible. I've tried to hold the guy and mouse with my one. And in the case of our first one, Ollie is his name. He was the kind of baby who could not be put down. Like, he was okay. He was not a baby that would just cry for no reason, but he would cry. If he was awake and he wasn't in someone's arms, he'd be screaming his head off. He just needed to be held at all times. And you couldn't baby wear him either, because he's kind of a weird baby, and he wouldn't like rest his head down. He like always had to have his head craning in weird ways. He had some weird stuff going on when he was a baby. He's a lovely toddler, but he's awake for, you know, how long are they awake for? Like 10 hours of the day or something. Or like a little less, I guess, 8 hours. And that's just 8 hours that somebody has to be holding and feeding a baby. And it's just such a massive demand of hours. And then our new one is like that too. If he's awake, he's crying because he wants to be held. Kate says, but there are still a couple of interesting moments between now and 16. Oh yes, of course. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, I'm also just I'm fantasizing about 6.5 hours of school a day. Like, I'll be free, right? It's really just the hour. It's not the stress of parenting. It's the pure hour demand of parenting that I'm hoping goes down. Because if it doesn't go down, I don't think that we can ever make any good game ever again. Unless we just pay for absolute full-time 7 days a week childcare, I simply do not have the time to focus and do good, deep work. The only reason why Glimmerwick is going to be good, if it is going to be good, is because of the work that we already did before these kids were born. And now we're just fighting for our absolute lives to finish the game. Hello, Twos, Ox, welcome. Hell says 3 a.m. in my country, time to go to bed maybe. But hello, Kate says my daughter is 9 now, so I'm kind of in, wait, what is 30s? I don't understand this reference. I'm kind of in 30s too. Are you talking about your age range? Just tried to compare how I feel back then and how I would react to midnight ups. Gotcha. Luper Cal says, my son is Ollie too. All right. He's also a terrible sleeper. Okay. Cheers to terrible sleepers named Ollie. Okay, here we go. So let's see if we did this right. I know I need to up the volume of that. Wow, it's really hard with the big jumps. That song really jumps around. Okay, let's try it one more time. No, that early one doesn't work. I like the sound of it, but it's going to confuse people. Okay, let's take out all the early hits there. Just because it's too confusing. It's too hard to know that's what the song is asking for in the, you know, when the actual piano or when the actual mini game is playing. It's just too hard to know that that's what we want. And it just feels like you're hitting the notes late. So let's take a look at all the half notes here. And this one is going to turn to 2. And this one is going to turn to 8. This one is going to turn to 2. And this one is going to turn to 2. This one is going to turn to 2. And this one is going to turn to 2. And I think that's the only one we have. But now we need to have the tempo. So it's going to be 75. And we need to have all of these. So 2s will become 1s. 8 will become a 4. 2 will become a 1. 8 will become a 4. All these will become 1. Oh, did I miss one? No, that is a 2. 1, 4, 1.5, 0.5, 1, 1, 2.5. Yes, we'll do just 3 beats. Really let that thing finish out. Your age range. Gotcha. Okay. We're kind of old parents, so our first was born when we were 33. So it's all our 30s for us. Lupercal asked if I played the Talos Principle. I have played the Talos Principle. Hamburger, hello. You know what I find confusing if I see this? Why is the blue bar underneath the line? Yeah, you're not the first person to say that. What? Let me take a look now that we've fixed that song. I'm gonna try playing it again. Well, I don't understand what people are talking about with that. Let me take a look. The blue bar. What's blue bar? Why did the song end? What's that all about? What the heck happened there? That was weird. The song ended really early. Very odd. Huh. What did we do? Oh, I know what happened. Okay, so the lead is only 8 notes, not 16 notes. There we go. Okay, that should fix it. The blue bar of how far you are. Oh, on a note. Oh, got you. Okay. Yeah, I know. It's kind of it's just, it's really, it's honestly, it's a bug. It just, I didn't, uh, I didn't think it was too distracting, but especially with Guitar Hero and everything, people expect it maybe to stick with the line. I wonder perhaps if we could get that fixed. Yeah, I understand now. Okay. Yeah, the note fills slightly slower than... Okay, cool. Very nice. Oh, thank you, Hamburger. The team is three of us, myself, my wife, and one full-time programmer, and we've been working on it for 7.5 years full-time. Thank you, Angelo. Hello, welcome, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, hopefully you were around for when I answered from Hamburger. But yeah, we've been working for 7.5 years on the game full-time. Tech stack is just, we're just using Unity and a little bit of Blender and C#. And it's not our first game. We have one game already. Let's see if the MooBot works. Is that not... Does the eShade command not work anymore? I don't know why it's not posting the link to our last game. Our last game is called eShade. No, but I didn't make it all myself. My wife is the lead artist and lead designer of the game. Okay, so that's that song. What other songs do we have? Oh, right, we need to do a short song for that one. What short song are we gonna do? Yeah, let's do that one. So that's just gonna be the first 5 notes of the song. So let's go to our temple raiser, and we've got 5 notes right there, and then we're gonna go to shovel song. And we're just going to grab, it's going to be 74634. 74634. So let's see if we can put that in there. 74634. 74634. Perfect. And then we'll save projects. Hamburger asks, do you have a rough time for a demo version? We already have a demo. Let me link to the Steam page. Yeah, we have a live demo already. You can download it. It's a couple hours long, and your save continues in the full game. At least it will when the full game comes out. So I'd be much obliged if you check it out. If you want to download it, see what the game's all about. Lupercal says, did you ever consider an art style with black outlines like Paper Mario? We definitely considered a line work art style. It wouldn't really just be outlines, but we considered a line work sort of art style. We ended up going with a more painted, just straight painted style. But Jacqueline definitely messed around with line work and painted, and in the end we decided that we liked painted better. Oh man, I need some water. I'll be right back, folks. Oh, dear heavens. I'm so allergic. I'm so allergic. The weather got all nice today, which is great, but I seem to be allergic to summer. LJJ says, I already played your 2 previous games. All right, thank you. And I already played the demo. Okay, thank you, thank you. I think this will be your best game. This really fills my heart to hear. I'm definitely going to tell Jacqueline that after the stream is over. She will be very happy to hear that too. I agree. I definitely agree. I think that I think it's our best game for sure. And I certainly enjoy playing it the most. And maybe I'm the most proud of it as well, even though it's not done yet. But I'll tell you what, it's not too bad hearing you say that. It's not too bad. Hamburger says, you seem like a very experienced guy. Just a question. I'm about at the point where my game needs a little finishing touches. Could you possibly give me some feedback? It is a duo dev project, both Blender artists. We're 3 months into making it and got a deadline in 1 week. Sure, I can take a look at your game. I like looking at people's games. I'm always happy to look at people's games. Just a word of warning to people, if anyone wants to show me their game, I am not someone who likes to criticize harshly. I like to give people compliment sandwiches. I like to feel I'm proud of people. I think any game, I know how hard it is to make a game. So any game, I'm always going to congratulate people on. Serial congratulator. So if you're looking for harsh feedback, that ain't me. But I can definitely take a peek at it. Happy to see your game. Angelo says, I've been a FE dev. What is it? What is FE? Front end, maybe. Front end dev for years, but just got into game dev a few months ago. I'm currently using WebStack, but I'd love to start learning Unity. You're using WebStack to make a game, huh? That sounds hard. I don't know anything about web stuff. I'm a web idiot. I can barely even maintain our website, and it's literally a WordPress website. I have no idea what I'm doing. Senjuni, hello, welcome, welcome. Honestly, I am having a great day. Today is a great day. Okay, web build. Oh, wait, playable. I can't do playable. I don't play people's games. I'll look at your Steam page. I'm so sorry. I didn't specify. That's my bad. Yeah, I'll look at your Steam page, but I don't play games on stream because it would just turn into me playing random games for too long. And I like to try to get some Devin done. Sorry about that. I did not specify. That's my bad. Ryan Thurbin, Hamburger, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Only playable. Gotcha. Okay. Well, sorry about that, Hamburger. Okay, so I wanted to see what other songs we have because I think that we've done them all now. Desolation Dirge. Let's see. Sandcastle Jingle. Did we do this one? Let's play this song really quickly. I do remember doing this one. Yeah, I think we did that one. So I think we did the Snowpile one too. I think that the Desolation Dirge maybe is the only one we haven't done. No, we did that one too. Okay, let's play all the songs that we have. You can implement a Rickroll. That would be funny. I wonder if we'd get sued if we just made a song that was that was that like Astley song. We probably don't even have the right notes. I don't know if we can do it. We only have a diatonic scale that only has 8 notes. We need one more below that. That was almost it though. All right. Let's play all the songs. So all the songs that I didn't think we had. Do we have Song of Wake? Well, I know we have Song of Tilling. I know we have Woodcutters. I know we have Melody of Stones. I know we have Song of Earth. Song of Waking. I just want to see if we have... No. So Song of Waking we don't have anything for. Rain Dance. I think that that's the same song as the Melody of Stones. Okay, so it's not the Melody of Stones. Song of Earth. So this is its own. Okay, we definitely have a Song of Earth. The Rain Dance is the one I wasn't too sure about. I think this is its own song. It doesn't seem like the song matches the accompaniment. So Rain Dance maybe we'll take a look at. Beautiful. Okay, we definitely have a Sandcastle Jingle. Lake Do Lily, we don't have a practicable song. Fish Trap Refrain. Okay, cool. Whirlwind Aria. What's going on here? Can you get out of here? What's going on? Oh. Missing reference exception. That's weird. That's a bug. Doesn't exist anymore. Let's see, Whirlwind Aria. Is it just Whirlwind Aria? Oh yeah, look, missing. Okay. Well, so it's Whirlwind Aria. Rain Dance I wanted to check. Desolation Dirge. Okay, I think we want to increase the loudness of the background music there. Restoration Round. No, this is wrong. Restoration Round doesn't seem to be pointing to the right music. Festival Song. Beautiful, love it. Okay, Snowpile Jingle. Awesome. Excellent, wonderful. Hymn of Seas Abyss. This is the one we just did. Okay, perfect. So that's all of them, but we had a few errors that I needed to go through and look at. You can use anything from Looperman. Interesting. Oh, music spoilers. Oh yeah, I guess it's kind of like song spoilers and for the song names, but you probably won't remember the music. L asks, is Glimmerwick will be bigger than Leaving Lindow and Eastshade? All right, glad you dig the style. Yes, Glimmerwick is bigger than Eastshade by a lot. In physical size of the island, yes. And especially when you consider physical size of all the playable areas combined, much bigger than Eastshade. And in terms of content, much bigger than Eastshade, more than double the size of Eastshade. Absolutely massive, huge honkin' game. Completely stupid that we made a game this big. Absolutely stupid. So snow sculpture, snow pile jingle. Which one was it? It was the Desolation Dirge. No, that one was correct. Dang it. What song was it that I felt like? I can't remember. Well, one song was straight up broken. Why am I like blanking? Here, it was the Whirlwind aria. Okay. I don't know why this one is not there, but here's the Whirlwind aria accompaniment. I don't know how that... Oh, look at that. It went to the wrong spot. That's weird. It's like the only thing in this. How did that happen? That is so weird. Oh, it's like not in resources. That's why. Spell background track. It's supposed to go in resources. Spell background tracks. There we go. It's supposed to go in here. I don't know how it got into there. So now we just need to delete that folder. So I don't confuse myself. Okay, so that's one song fixed. Let's get the Whirlwind aria. Cool, okay, so it maintained that. Excellent. And then we need to take a look at the one song that just had the wrong music. It wasn't Sandcastle. Was it Shrine Repair, Restoration Round? What does Restoration Round sound like? There, okay. I think we overwrote Restoration Round mistakenly. Because right now, Restoration Round, it should be a separate song. It should be Shovel Song that we're overwriting. There we go. Yeah, I just overwrote the wrong song because I'm an idiot. So we're going to overwrite Shovel Song. I'm going to mute this. And then we're going to overwrite the Shovel Song. And then we need the Restoration Round back. So I will delete that and we'll grab the Restoration Round. Here we go. Got our Restoration Round accompaniments right here. And I will make sure that it's as loud as it can be. And I like them to be loud. So now let's grab the name of our Restoration Round song. That should fix 2 songs. Glad I did this little check because I knew I was going to mess something up. One moment, folks. Okay. All right. So now restoration round, we need to copy the name of it and render over the top of that one. Okay, so that's 2 songs fixed, and now there should only be one more song that I was unsure of, and I think that that was the what song was it? What song was it? Dang it! Wasn't the Song of Waking? Okay, so we definitely don't have anything for the Song of Waking. The Raise Earth, we have a Song of Earth, so that is the Rain Dance. So, okay, Rain Dance does actually have its own song called the Rain Dance. So that's just coincidence that, or not coincidence, it just, I'm just crazy that I didn't think it lined up. Seeing ghosts, as it were. But that should be almost all of them. There's just a few songs remaining, and we'll get to those. It'll be fine. It will be perfect. Cool. What else do I want to get to? Almost all the songs are in, which is gruntling, to say the least. Gruntling is the opposite of disgruntling. Gruntling is a good thing. It means you're enchanted, you're happy. Your spirits are good. Okay, so these are the things that Jacqueline wanted done, sort of high priority before her playtest. Update short song notations. Okay, that's one that I put for myself. We really should just do that right now. Before we move on to the other things. It's kind of a little bit tedious, but it must be done. It must be done. Lupercal says, how did you end up simplifying the first song? I'll show you. I hope that it's significantly simpler. I hope people feel it's simpler. Guess we'll find out, because Next Fest should be the biggest thing that has ever happened to our game. This is what it's like now. Okay. It has like, I think about half as many notes. I just took a lot of the passing notes out. I made the song much shittier. It's a much, basically destroyed Phoenix's music. I think he'll be all right with it. He's not very precious about these sorts of things. The game needs it. But the song is a lot shittier now. But what can you do? Maybe it's the wrong way to go, but hopefully it just gives people more of a ramp on. They get to feel like they can. I think that a lot of people will master it on like the second or third try, sort of mitigate the complaints, and then hopefully they'll sort of know what they're getting into by the time they get to the next songs. It might not work because people might still expect, just like you were saying, Lupercal, people expect to be able to master the songs right away because they feel like they should, because they're going to use the spell. But maybe just the fact that it's easier will help in general. So one thing I wanted to do with that song is all of the songs I think are a little bit Melody of Tilling, no flute. It's just a little quiet. So I would like to make it louder. So I'm going to check it out and show it in folder. Melody of Tilling. I'll go ahead and copy it. I'll just stick it in restoration round for the moment. and then I'll stick it in. Let's open up Reaper. I'll delete this. I'll put the song in there and I'll just normalize it. Oh, that actually got a lot louder. I feel like it has some resonances that maybe it could be. Okay, well, that seems to be a little bit better. I will overwrite the melody of Tilling. It's in background track, so it's right in there. So we'll just overwrite that one just to be a little bit louder. I actually think all of them should be louder. All of them should at least be normalized. I wish you could normalize the tracks without making them mono. I don't see why it should be so hard to normalize. Let's see, which one is Melody of Stones? Because I'd like to make that one a bit louder as well. Melody of Stones, 90 BPM, so we're going to check that one out. That one's really quiet as well. Oops. And seems like there's plenty of space in these mixes. So I think we can make them louder. It's going to be good. Oops, what happened there? Oh, okay. Melody of Stones, 90 BPM, spell background track. What's the issue here? Melody of Tilling, Melody of Stones, 90 BPM. There we go. Let's stick that in our restoration round folder. And then let's put that in Reaper. What? Adjust media based on tempo? No. Ignore tempo. Okay. How come I didn't ask that for the last one? It's a bit concerning. This one has some weird resonances too. I won't mess with it too much. Anyway, Melody of Stones, I will just copy the name straight up and overwrite it. Okay. That one might actually end up being a little loud. We'll have to test the Melody of Stones and the Song of Tilling. The Sandcastle Jingle. Oh, that one's so quiet. You could just tell by the waveform how quiet it is. It's almost like we've got to check out this entire folder. The Rain Dance seems to actually be loud enough. Festival Song. Oh yeah, Desolation Dirge. Chant of the Woodcutters maybe seems loud. Now let's just check them all out. And then Rain Dance is the one that is loud enough. Snowpile Jingle. That one already seems pretty loud. That one seems pretty loud too. Okay. So it's just Desolation Dirge. Festival Song. The Sandcastle Jingle in particular. Let's start with that one. Let's exit out of this. Let's exit out of this. It's confusing me. Let's get the Sandcastle Jingle. Let's put it into our restoration round folder. Let's get Reaper up, and then let's delete this one and put in the Sandcastle Jingle. Yeah, that can just be so much louder. And we have got a lot of space on the end. I don't think we need it all. Okay. Perfect. And then we'll grab the name of the sandcastle jingle, copy it, and we'll render. Okay, that one got a little bit louder. What other ones were a problem? Let's see. Big improvement. Okay, good. Good to hear you think so. Yeah, hopefully it ramps a little bit easier. Oh no, Kate, you're not the only one to be bothered by it. At any rate, the biggest change has already happened. We made the we lowered the threshold that you need to hit to get a perfect score. We basically let you miss a couple notes and still give you a perfect score, which makes it really easy, almost trivial, I think, for a lot of people. And that has already happened. But we already got a couple very angry people. And I might be overestimating in general. I mean, you were not very angry, Kate, but some people were very, very angry about it. A few. And, you know, it's really the first game that we've made where there's like it's almost like we always knew on East Shade what to do to make it better. It was just like time and money. But and the path to make it better is not exactly clear. It's just sort of potato. Like some people are going to like it one way, some people are going to like it the other way. And we have never experienced that. So we might be a little inexperienced in taking feedback and how much we should wait. Because if we think it's good, then maybe we shouldn't weight the feedback so much. We did get a lot of people saying they like the minigame too. But I guess we're just trying to please both people. But no. I mean, at any rate, just simplifying just the first song can't possibly, you know, hurt the game that much because it's just the first song. All the other songs are the same. So it's just creating a little bit of a ramp because I do think the first song was hard. It didn't have a lot of notes, but the right-left coordination by no design of our own. It's just completely random that Phoenix wrote a melody that happened to use a lot of left-right coordination. And I think that made it significantly harder than the next two songs. So maybe now that we have the first song will be very easy, then that difficulty ramp will be just right for people. But we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. But we have a huge opportunity now. Next Fest is coming. So we put the update in before Next Fest. This should be the most people who have ever played the demo before. So we'll see. I mean, we'll get a lot of feedback, I'm sure. Unfortunately, we're going to get a lot of people in the forums who are seeing the messages of the last iteration. This is a constant problem in Steam. You update something and it changes things, and then people sort of lose track of, you know, they might comment on it. They might comment on someone else's thread being like, what are you talking about? The first song was so easy. Of course, that person was talking about an old version of the first song, but nothing we can do about that. Lupercal says, did you always want a flute as the instrument, or did you have to decide between others? So you can actually get different instruments in Glimmerwick. The flute is not the only instrument that you can get. There's a few. You can get a few different instruments in Glimmerwick. But the flute was always the first vision. I think we just thought it would be like the easiest to animate and the smallest, the most reasonable that she would be carrying around. But then once we added other instruments, it was actually pretty easy to add them. I think it's a fun little bit of personalization that players can have. All right, so Sandcastle jingle I made louder. It still looks quiet. It's crazy. This one, Desolation Dirge, is really, really quiet. Absolutely no reason it should be that quiet. So let's grab the Desolation Dirge. I think maybe that's the last one I'll make louder. Let's put that one back into the restoration round. It's kind of confusing, but we just can't overwrite the audio file that we're referencing. That's why I keep having to copy it. And let's just make it a bit louder. think that's going to be better. Oops. Desolation Dirge. Come on. Copy the name of the Desolation Dirge. Put it in there. Overwrites. Yeah, that looks significantly louder. I think that'll be a lot nicer. Okay, so we've made a bunch of tracks louder. I want to make sure that we are using the right short song for all of the tracks. Andre, hello and welcome. Are you teaching other people game development? I just started creating games in Godot. All right. I like your work. Thank you very much. Nice and clean, professional. Well, I am professional. My wife is actually the artist on this game, though, if you're referring to the art style in particular. But yes, we are a professional game studio. We've been doing indie games for 12 years now. We've got one hit under our belt called E-Shade. It's an open world adventure game where we play as a traveling artist. And now we're 7.5 years in on our latest Witch Academy RPG called Songs of Glimmerwick. I'm not teaching game development though. I'm literally just doing game development. I don't teach. I just do it, and sometimes people watch and hang out, and sometimes they have questions, and I try to answer them the best I can without sounding like a massive asshole, which I don't think I completely succeed at. But I don't like giving advice in a way that makes me sound like I think I know everything, because I don't. But I know some stuff. So if people have questions, I'll answer them. But generally speaking, I'm just trying to get our game done here on stream. Kate says, hard to comprehend being angry on game which is in development. Just hope your community treats you mostly with respect. Definitely does. Definitely, yeah, definitely so far. There's a very common human instinct when you experience something, a piece of media that you don't like, that you feel very strongly about why you don't like it. It's very common human instinct to be like, I don't like this. How could they have made it this way because I don't like it? I don't think that many people fully understand the breadth of taste in humans. So sometimes they'll experience something that they don't like and they're like, how could they be so stupid to make this in a way that I don't like? And we see that all the time in game feedback. So I'm very used to it. I try to turn off that, you know, just get at the core of what they don't like, and not necessarily take personally the conviction that they don't like it with. But I completely fail at it. It gets under my skin anyway. I'm really bad at this. Lubrical says, that's very cool. Baldur's Gate 3 lets you play instruments and it was super fun. Yeah, it's cool. Okay, let's see if increasing the volume of certain things is nice. So did we increase Rain Dance? That one actually seems like a good volume already. Sandcastle Jingle we increased. Cool. All right. That one sounds nice. Desolation Dirge is the one where we made a big change. Okay, that was like just really fun, man. Okay, that's really cool. Restoration round we also made louder. Perfect. Okay, that's all the ones we made louder. Now I just want to look at short songs. of course, we can't even see the short song without looking at the song data, because we have not made the art for all the short songs. I wish it programmatically populated for us, but it doesn't. So like Water Trap is saying that it's 2. That's saying Water Trap. I just want to listen to the Water Trap song. Is that actually what we do? Let's see. Fish Trapper thing. Okay, so. Okay, now I see why it's the Water Trap song. Perfect. Okay, so that one is definitely correct. Whirlwind Aria is saying 1. It just says 1 4 1 4 5. So that's 1 4 1. Just cast that. All right. Let me just make sure that that is actually, we're actually doing that sometimes. That is, this one's really hard. So, one, 4, 5. So I don't see actually any relation to the song. Let's look at the Whirlwind Aria song. Is there even a 1 4 1 4 sequence in it? No, there's not. There's a 5 7 5. So that would be. I think that should be a better song to do. 5 7 5 to make it simple to cast, because this is a spell that I think it'll be casting a lot. So let's change the short song to 5 7 5. Okay. Thank you, Navarex. Hello, welcome to the chat, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Lupercal says, is there anything you had to cut that you wish you could have kept in? Yeah, moth racing. We cut moth racing. That used to be a thing. We just didn't have time to flesh it out and make it into something. We would have had to polish the actual mini game for it, which would have taken a long time, and then the sort of reward structure for it to hook it into the game would have been hard, and then we would have to write a bunch of dialogue. It was just a lot. That would have been cool though. One more mini game. I really like mini games in general. I think they're good palate cleansers, and somehow they make me feel really like I'm a part of the world when I'm going around doing this like thing inside of the world. Particularly when they're a mini game that sort of like you do at different points in the world, like kind of like Gwent or something like that. I like that. Okay, so we improved the short song for Whirlwind. Short song for Water Trap, I think we verified. Temple Razor. Till is definitely correct. Ballad of Growth. We're going to need a song for that. We've got a lot of work to do here. Fortunately, we already have a song for band practice. There's a song that we could put in. The band practice song. I want to see if I can actually put that in our spell book to practice it. I don't think it will work, but I'm going to try just so that we don't have to do the whole like quest. But let's see if we can do band practice. That would be great if that worked. Oh, I'd be so jazzed to do that one. Get that one in. Okay, let's see. I hope this works. Band practice. Yes, it works. Cool. Okay, awesome. So now we just need to put in the band practice song, and we need to actually write something for it because write something for the flute part. I have not finished writing the flute part. This is the one song in the game that I wrote. And it has singing in it. I don't sing in it, fortunately. I hired a singer to replace my singing parts because I'm not a very good singer. And it's a lot better now that it has a real singer. So I think I'm going to need to render one version of the song that has everything in it, because I don't even know if we have that. Let's see. I know we have all the different parts of the song. Accompaniment, yeah. So here's all the different parts. So we're going to want to render one song with everything in it, minus the flute. I think that's everything, right? So there's the flute track right there, and it's not playing. Feel your hope. Okay, and the singing is working, and are the harmonies working? Cool. Okay, so that's the full song. So let me just make sure that we've got the right length here. Yeah. Perfect, and that's the perfect length. And let's just render this into Antoine's song, and let's call this Antoine song full. Stereo, time selection, and that's the one we'll use while we're actually working on this here. Lubrical says, have you got a favorite mini game from another game? I love playing poker in Red Dead. Oh man. I mean, Gwent is just a really fun game in general, so it's I'm trying to think of other mini games that I really enjoyed. I even like really quick mini games, like even ones that only necessarily happen in one particular point in the game, particularly ones that really interface with the world, like in Brothers Tale of Two Sons, there's a little, it's almost not even a mini game, but it must have had significant production work go into it, where you can pick up a ball. The kids are playing with a ball, and you can pick up the ball and you can try to shoot a basket and throw it to the kids. Can you shoot a basket? I can't remember. Maybe you just throw the ball around and the kids run after the ball and they pick up the ball and then they throw it to each other. And that was really cool because it really felt like I was playing with the kids in town, and it really made me feel like a part of the town. That was one of the, I would love to do more stuff like that. It's kind of the inspiration for the basketball mini game in Leaving Lindau, but the Leaving Lindau one really, I think, missed the point. It's so funny that I really loved that mini game so much, and I still don't think I fully understood why I loved it until now, or at least until after Leaving Lindau, because just being able to play with the NPCs in the world in a way that wasn't part of the core loop, in a sort of ambient way, really felt like you were part of the town. And you were able to interact with them. And it was interactive, and it was nonverbal, and it wasn't dialogue or anything. It was just so good. I love stuff like that. So incredibly expensive. But yeah, I would like to do more stuff like that in our next game. I wish we had a little bit more time to do more stuff like that in this game. Although, we should have had a big enough budget for it. But I think that this game had so many other maybe systems I don't know. I don't know. Okay. What we need is band practice. Should be a song. And I'll check that out. And then we have to hook it up to Antoine's song. Antoine's song full. And then I need to write the flute part. So we don't really have a flute part. I wrote a little something, but we need more because I don't know if the players are going to want to sit around for, God, what is it? 5 measures? Yeah, 5 measures. So we need to think of something for the player to do during the verse.
Feel your hope in me, the light that you won't see. Quietly I fear the height that I won't clear.
So let's try to think of something. So they could just do like a rhythmic thing. They could copy that hurdy-gurdy rhythm, but I don't know if that's going to be very fun for them. But let me just see how it sounds. Don't want to do a harmony. Let's do... So in actuality, I think... Let's see. We're probably going to get a flute that is lower than this.
Feel your hope in, feel your hope in.
So to do the rhythm that the hurdy-gurdy's doing is just like that.
Feel your hope in me.
We're gonna do really staccato here, so let's just make it very short.
Feel your hope in me.
The problem is we can't do staccato with the player because we don't have any silence. That's a problem. We don't have any silence. We don't have silence capability, and I think we're gonna need it.
Feel your hope in me. Feel your hope in me.
Let's just make up some random thing.
The light that, feel your hope in me.
It's gonna be probably want to be faster. If I keep this simple for the player, just straight down like this.
Feel your hope in me. The light that you won't see.
If we do the little call and response thing, I think it's kind of cheesy. I mean, I wouldn't put it in the song, but the player needs to do something, so.
Feel your hope in me. The light that you won't see.
So this actually melody we can't do because we're starting on probably the highest note that the player can do. Let's just mix this up a little bit.
Feel your hope in me. The light that you won't see.
Yeah, this is gonna sound terrible. We need to give some space here. We're going to have some sort of silence. We're just gonna have to put it in as an option, we're gonna have to code it up.
The light that you won't see.
Okay.
Won't see.
This flute Cannot, has a very tiny range. It sounds good, but let's get a different virtual instrument here. Actually, I'm just going to change it into a piano because, well, okay, maybe we can just find a different flute. So soprano recorder, traditional wooden, what is it, Renaissance consort? Let's try this wooden flute. So apparently this wooden flute okay, so it has a very low range. Let's pop that an octave. And then for this one,
feel your hope in me.
We gotta pop all this an octave too. Actually, maybe 2.
Feel your hope in me. The light that you won't see.
I hate it so much. I don't know what to do with the flute. It's like the player just needs to the player just needs to be silent. Let the singer sing. Maybe they can just literally follow the melody of the singing. Maybe that'll be best. If that's even possible. Yeah, I think that'll be best. Let's just have them follow the melody of the singer. Okay. So let's try to get that done. What is going on here? This little micro note. Why is there a micro note? Go away. Okay. So I think they're just quarter notes, right?
Feel your hope. Feel your hope.
Oh, that's not right.
Feel your hope.
There we go.
Feel your hope.
There we go. And
feel your hope in me.
And then we'll get rid of this crap.
Feel your hope in me.
So far we're okay with as far as being able to actually play this, because we're staying within our range here. Let's copy everything and duplicate it so that we have something to mess with here. What is happening? There we go. Okay. And then this one is the same, except it goes higher instead of...
The light that you want. The light that you want.
Sorry, guys.
The light that you want.
He definitely goes higher, so it must be here.
The light that you won't see.
What is wrong with me?
The light that you won't see.
Is it the same note? No, it's down. It's like I'm an idiot. What is wrong with me?
The light that you won't see.
Good Lord. Okay. And then I think it's the same thing over again, so.
Quietly I fear the height that I won't clear.
All right, now at least we get to do something else. Hopefully we can come up with something that doesn't suck. I think probably just this thing that we did before might be okay. I think that sounds okay. Again, it sounds better without, but we need the player to do something. Yeah, I think it'll sound good. Okay. So here we go. Now we can start notating it and see how it actually sounds in game. So to start with, we have the tempo, which is 116 BPMs, and we have 5 measures of lead. So let's go into, let's open up Unity and let's do band practice. I'm gonna duplicate this up the line song, and we're gonna call it Antoine Song. Okay, and it was 116 BPMs, and it is 5 measures. So it's 4 times 5 is 20 beats of lead up. And now let's write all the music. It should be very simple because it's mostly the same thing. There's really only a couple measures and then you just repeat it. So this one is starting with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 for 3 beats. Let me get this started here. 4 for 3 beats. And then these are going to be just descending. 3, 2 for each for half a beat. 3 for half a beat. 2 for half a beat. And then back up to 3 for 3 beats. It's the easiest thing in the world. 3 beats and then descending again in the exact same way. It's 2 for half a beat, 1 for half a beat, and then I'm guessing 2 for 3 beats, right? Exactly. And then we go up, ascending. Do we skip a note? No, we don't even skip a note. So now it's just 3 for half a beat, 4 for half a beat, and then we go all the way down to the tonic. 0 for 4 beats. Is it early? No, it's not. Okay, and so that's that passage. And we're going to do that in the chorus 2 times. But before that, we're just going to copy the vocal melody. So here, and we're going to copy the vocal melody twice. This should be pretty simple. These are all 1 beats. And it starts on the tonic, so it's 0. I always forget which one that is. 1 or 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 4, and then descending. So it's 5 notes. So it's 0, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, sorry, I had to sneeze. Let's see. Lupercal says the light that you won't see has lost all meaning. Wait, why? I don't understand. Oh, because we've heard it 20 times. Except instead of 1 note now, we're gonna have to look at this. It will hold for 4. For 4 beats. And then we're gonna do one more thing. So this goes up to 4 again. So it's a similar sort of pattern, except it goes up. And I think it skips at least 1 note. No, it's just 1 note. So it's not 5, it's 6. So it goes up to 6 and then back down to 4. And then what does it do? And it ends up at 3. Yes, it ends up at 3. And that's it. And then we can copy that again. And now we've done all that. And now we skip over the chorus because I've already inputted it. And then we just start doing this part. This part is actually really complicated. The timing of this part is very complicated.
I cower, I hide away, you shower your light on me. I cower, I waste your faith, you anoint, I disappoint you.
Because the pattern like kind of goes over the bar line. So it's going to be a little bit weird to notate. I'm trying to figure out though what the pattern is. When does the pattern actually repeat? Let's see. I'll play it to the metronome. Right there. I think that's where the pattern repeats. So once we finish this, we could just glue this all together. I'm pretty sure that if we copy this like this, it's going to match perfectly, right? That's correct. Yes. Yes. Looks like the only difference is that there's one note at the end. So if we just notate this and then add one note to the end, we'll be fine. So we start with 0, 4. We determined this was 4. I'm going to count it up again. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 0. Are these all one note? Yeah, they're just are one beat. 0, 4, 5. That's it. It's 0, 4, 5. So 0 for one beat, 4 for one beat, 5 for one beat. Except it's not one beat. It's 1, 2, 3 beats. And that's the weird part. Because it doesn't really fit into 4/4 and then it wraps around. So now we'll notate this part. And this part's going to start the same. Oh, no, the timings are different. So it's still 0, 4, 5. 0 for one beat, 4 for one beat, for 1.5 beats. Four for 1.5 beats. And then how long does this one last for 1.5 beats? Interesting. Okay, 1.5, 1.5. And then we go up to, that should be 6. 6 for exactly one beat. 6 for one beat. And then we go, it's 0, 4, 5 again, except now we're back to the one beat rhythm. So 0 for one beat, 4 for one beat, and then 5 for how many beats? 3 beats. Okay, then this one is really odd. 0 for one beat. This rhythm felt so intuitive to me. Listen to too much progressive music. It's clearly quite strange. for 1.5 beats. There's a pattern to it. And then 5 for 1.5 beats. 5 for 1.5 beats. And then 6 for one beat. For one beat. Okay, so we've notated out the entire thing. That's the whole entire thing. And then we need to duplicate it. And then add one more note to the end. And that note is the tonic. Of course it's the tonic. 7. We'll do it for 2 beats, just so that we can let the thing ring out. I hope we got it right. I'm excited to play it. Did we do 116 BPMs? Yep. All right. We should just be able to play this. This is going to be really cool. Okay. Hey, Sad Music Man. Welcome. Welcome. We are inputting music data into the musical rhythm minigame. Lupercal says, what's your favorite video game OST? I love Choral Chambers from Silksong. I have not played Silksong. My favorite soundtrack is got to be Oblivion, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, followed by Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. I really like the Final Fantasy IX soundtrack a lot. All right, I'm excited to play this song. Band practice here. It's going to be great. Oops, I forgot to change the music actual text file. So let's swap that out. Suro Game Studio, hello and welcome. See if I missed any follows. I haven't really been watching it. Nope, no follows. All right, so we gotta hook up the Antoine song. Antoine song, perfect. Now I'll save the project. Here we go. Oops. Okay, pretty much nailed that one. It is really fun to play along with that song. The song itself sounds much worse with this stupid flute. There are some times that the flute is all right, but for the most part, I don't love the flute addition. I would like to turn the song up. I can't really turn the flute down very easily. It's possible it plays better with a different instruments. But first things first, let's just try to get that song as loud as we can. Let's try to pump up the volume there. Lupercal asks, have you played 15? I heard the fishing in that is amazing. I have not played 15. I'm doing well, Suro. It's a good day, getting stuff done. Suro says, I'm trying to create a small game world from scratch, modeling it out. Very cool, exciting stuff. Very exciting. Okay, so we're just gonna mute the flute here. I'm gonna re-render, actually, what else can we do here? How can we make this louder? Because it's pretty much already as loud as it can be. The only thing maybe is if I compress the bejesus out of it, I could maybe add, oh, we already have some really hefty compression on the master.
In me, the light that you will see.
Okay, we can maybe get it a little bit louder. We'll try that. Yeah, we're really compressing the shite out of it. I mean, look at how chunky the waveform is. We cannot expect to get it any louder than that. So I almost want the flute to be fighting for volume with a song. I mean, this is supposed to be like a medieval folk or like a medieval bardcore pop song is what I was trying to do with it. That's why I got sort of a poppy singer. I wasn't dissatisfied with the song when it was finished, but I wasn't over the moon about it. But now playing it, playing along with it with the flute, I actually like the song more. I don't know why. I feel that it's fun. It's cool. I like it. So now that I've made the song significantly louder, it doesn't even seem that loud. Here, if I do staccato, it sounds better. Of course, we don't have that. Awesome. Well, that is cool. I think that's fun. It's just fun because the song sounds kind of medieval because it has like the hurdy-gurdy, and I tried to make it do medieval instrumentation. Also, it has this sort of like drone thing going on, and it's, of course, it's in the Dorian. It's in the Dorian key. But then it's so poppy too. It's supposed to sound like a sort of a college band. And I think it's cool. I think it's fun. Thank you, Suro. You're very kind. But oops, I wanted to try with other instruments. So let me see in the developer settings if I have, do I even have other instruments? Let's see. Developer start settings. I think to give myself another instrument, let me just check the start settings. Game start settings. I'll just check the code for it to see if there's anything about instruments. Okay, so you literally just put it in starting items. So let me give myself a couple different instruments in the starting items. I need the developer start settings. That's what I'm trying to look for. Okay, developer start settings and starting items. Let's just give ourselves, instead of all these, fire potions, let's delete some of these fire potions and give ourselves a conch instruments. I don't know the difference between a conch and a conch instrument. Oh, there's literally an item called a conch. And we have a lyre. What do we call it? Oh, spelled like this, lyre. Do we have any other? Yeah, I think we have one more. Where's the lute? Could have sworn we had a lute, some kind of, oh, gourd guitar we called it. Okay, so here's all the instruments. Spoiler alert, if you don't want to see the instruments, then leave now. Thank you, Stop Using AI. Thanks for dropping by, Suro Game Studio. Oops, okay. So let's see, I'm gonna, whoa, something's broken with the instrument stuff. I guess I have a bunch of conch instruments. I know. So let's see how it sounds with this thing. I don't even think we're going to be able to hear ourselves, which is actually kind of great because I think that the player is not adding much to this song.
Feel your hope in me, the light that you won't see. Quietly I fear the height that I won't clear. You unknown.
Okay, so I pretty much know what that one sounds like. I wonder why why we have so many instruments in there. I'll have to check what's going on with that. Could it be a bug maybe? I don't really know. Let's look at the starting elements. I don't see any other instruments. Oh, did I give myself 10 conch? Yeah, I gave myself 10 gourd guitars and 10 lyres and 10 conch. There we go. That's going to work now. Okay, save project. And I just want to hear it with the other instruments. It's pretty cool. Cool. All right, so let's hear it with the lyre. Oh, shut up. Shut up. Okay.
Feel your hope in me, the light that you won't see. Quietly I fear the height that I won't clear. You unknown.
Why am I ahead of it? Just the lag.
Your light on me, I cower. I waste your faith, you anoint. I disappoint you.
It really felt like I was ahead of it a little bit. That's interesting. So I really am so quiet compared to the song, which I initially wanted, but the flute seems so much louder than the other instruments. Let me try one last time with, I'll just really quickly with the gourd guitar. I won't get too far into the song. But I also just want to see how loud we are with the other songs. That one's the best sounding one.
Feel your hope in me.
Okay, cool. Well, I know what that one sounds like. Very nice. I do want to hear what some of the other songs sound like, particularly the loud-ish ones. Like, what is, not Rain Dance, but let's see, like, let's try the Restoration Round. Not a very pretty instrument. We're gonna have to replace these. It's a very ugly thing. What about the whirlwind aria? Okay. So that's what that one sounds like. What about just the lyre sound? Yes. Oh, 1 second, folks. Okay, let's see. Centelevered, sorry, if you're still around. Hello, by the way, welcome, welcome. Talk a little bit about how if you break up the main school and village location into separate chunks slash scenes. Any tips on how to build areas economically? I'm sure it's a question with pretty straightforward answer, but the only people I ever see discussing this thing are making massive open world 3D games. Well, we don't build anything economically. we have an extremely what's the word? Inefficient. Makes it sound like we just are wasting for wasting's sake. We have an extremely labor-intensive art pipeline, but in our case, like we have a town and we have a school. Every interior in Glimmerwick is its own prefab that you kind of teleport to. So this is the exterior world, and it's all one big giant scene. So you can walk all the way over here, and town is part of this exterior world. So town is it's just one huge scene. And then we just cull stuff that's off screen, which is easy enough in a top-down sort of situation. But then when you go into an interior, like if you walk inside of the school, then, and this is just how our game works. It really depends on what, on what kind of loading screen paradigm you want. But we sort of took I guess, Oblivion approach to it. And if you open the Great Hall interior, then it's like almost like a diorama prefab. So since we have a top-down game, you can't rotate the camera. So this is the Great Hall. This is one room in the castle, and every room you go into is a different prefab, and it just loads the prefabs on demand. And that's how we do it. And the exterior world, we call it, this is always loaded. It's not always showing, sometimes it's inactive, but it's always loaded just because we know the player, it's huge and it's going to take a long time to load. So we just always keep it in memory. And then we know we always are, in terms of our memory sort of planning, we always know we have one exterior world loaded, and whatever prefab, whatever interior you're in, we load that one interior on demand. And that's how we do it. It works pretty well for us. Core Taurus is all about streamlining processes. If you're making unique locations, you can't streamline much with small number of stats. Yeah, I mean, Jacqueline draws. We have a couple of different approaches we use, but for our interiors, we just draw. I mean, almost everything in this game, really, like every single one of these buildings is unique. This is the only building of its kind. This is the only building of its kind. Technically, 2 of these buildings are used twice. This is the only building of its kind. This is the only building of its kind. Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing here that's, okay, this one's duplicated 3 times. It's just a little overhang. But almost the entire game is just completely one of a kind. Once we get into the exteriors, of course, we have props. Like we have, the terrain and then the path, and then we have a duplicated different bushes and trees and vegetation and stuff like that, rocks and props and things. But the buildings, the architecture, almost every single square inch of architecture in Glimmerwick, whether it's an exterior or an interior, almost all of it is completely one of a kind, unique, hand drawn by Jacqueline and then hand projected by me in 3D. So it's very, 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 very labor intensive style. But it's still a huge game, and it's a long game. And it took us almost 8 years to make, and almost $2 million. So I wouldn't say it's an approach if you want to, make something cheaply or inexpensively. But it does make every interior you walk into in Glimmerwick very exciting. Of course, no worries. No, it's not a rookie question. It's always an interesting thing, how you break apart the environment. There's a million ways to do it. So it's definitely an interesting stuff. Koi Koopa says, did you ever think of doing this game all 3D? No. If anything, we initially started with a more 2D thought process and then continually kept going 3D. Or like we started moving more 3D as we worked on the game more, if anything. I wish more executives would consider such questions. Okay. Lupercal says, did you design the world as it is, then build it? Or did you reiterate things as you went along? Well, the broad strokes, like where the school is and where the town is, went through a couple iterations, I would say, in the first year. But once that was set, then everything else just kept getting added on like an appendage. Like we had school, farm, town. We had this little triangle here. But then we just kept adding stuff on. Like we added this used to call the Southlands, or sometimes we call it Linden's area. And then we have the Merfolk Shack area. And then we added on this entire wing we called the Ochre Woods. We ended up adding a lake to that later. Then we had Marrowwild's Forest that we added again. We just kept like quests needed new areas, and we just kept like strapping it on to the world, and the world kept getting bigger and bigger. All right, so that's that. I wish that the sound of that gourd guitar wasn't so trash. Sure, we can get a better sound for that. Anyway, we can worry about that another time. And that's absolutely the type of thing we could update. But Antoine's song anyway is good to go. So what else? What else can we do here? So that's pretty much most of the music stuff. Major, we'll call this major music lesson pass. Oh, right. Oh, gosh, we still haven't done the short. This is so labor intensive how we've, I wish it just like automatically created the little manuscript, but it doesn't work like that. So unfortunately, I do need to make the manuscripts for all of the short songs. So I need to do that right now because otherwise I'm just going to forget and it's going to be awful. Okay, folks, sorry, 1 second. right. Sorry about that, folks. If anyone's still around, hello. Let's see. Senta Levered Art says the love and quality is really clear. Well, thank you. I come to games from a very traditional art background, so it's surprising to me that more people don't do what you do. I guess cost trumps passion. You mean like more people don't put love and quality into the games? Or something else? I feel like most people in the games industry... okay, let me caveat that. Most people in the premium games industry, that is people who work on games that are sold on Steam and consoles, I think they really love games, and they usually really love their work. Scale up the team size, burn money. I was lamenting earlier on the stream about how I think that the biggest mistake that I've ever made in business and in my indie studio career is not hiring more people, because it takes us too damn long to make games. I know what you're saying. You can't easily hire too quickly and to expand too rapidly and burn too much money. But in my case, I really just hamstrung our studio by not hiring enough. We should have hired a little bit more. We only have one full-time employee. I mean, my wife also works full-time, but she's not an employee. She's an owner, so we should have hired more people. Senta Levert says, I mean, the way you have hand-authored everything and made every detailed, dense game rather than many. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. There are some games that are still very hand authored. And I think that, like, I guess maybe at the indie scale, people are looking to make big systemic games, and so they end up having to do a lot of reuse style stuff. And the kinds of games we make are really expensive to make, and they don't make as much as I was just talking about that earlier as well. There's other kinds of genres, more crafty, buildy, systemic games that make more money. Crafty buildy is a term Chris Sikowski uses. He calls, I think, crafty buildy something game. I would just call them systemic games or crafting games in general. They sell a lot better on Steam, and they're not easy to make. They're on the spectrum of games. I wouldn't put them on the easy side, but in some ways they're less expensive to make than the kinds of games we make, which is just giant hand-authored RPGs. Because all the game is content. It's just a bunch of content and a bunch of art and a bunch of, in our case, voice acting and stuff. So it's a very expensive way to do it. But it's the kind of games we are excited by, and it's the kind of games that speak to our hearts. So that's the games we make. Yeah, next project, we're definitely going to hire more people, because I don't want to take 8 years to make a game again. And I think it would be less risky to hire more people. It's more risky to do what we did, especially with how slow. What I didn't account for is how much we'd be slowed down by having children. I think that's... Having children made us so much more expensive because our cost of living stayed the same. It didn't change that much when we had kids, maybe a little bit more expensive. But our output drastically reduced. So we had to take so many more years to finish the game that it ended up being so much more expensive that if we had hired good people at competitive salaries, then we could have finished way more of the game before we ever had children even, and then we could have kept up the same sort of kept at least a similar bandwidth even after we had children. It wouldn't be losing 2/3 of our workforce for when our children came. So yeah. Koi Koopa says, does your next game's genre lore genre lore? The game that I'm thinking of for our next game is going to be like a merchant RPG is what I would like to make. I don't know how viable it is. So I'd be a little worried about that. But that is what is in my heart right now. You only have so many 8-year games remaining. Exactly. Yeah, we only have so many 8 years remaining. We don't have that many, honestly. And we're going to get old. Say this as a 44-year-old. Well, I'm not that far. There's only one 8-year game in between me and you. I'm 35, so. Yeah. All right. So what I need to do is check out the UI prefab. I need to turn on the player menu. I need to make sure that I can actually see what I'm doing. So let's turn on the UI layer. Turn off the inventory. Just have to remember to turn that back on. And I need to look at the spell book, which I'll turn on. Sheet music is already on. The sheet music view panel needs to turn on. And then we need to look at, here's all the different songs. Sheet music view panel needs to turn off. Spellbook needs to turn off. Speaking to my future self when we get back out of this. But right now, I think that rain is correct, right? I just need to make sure that the short song lines up with what we're seeing here. So let's take a look at rain. I'll actually get up 2 inspectors. I think that will make this a little easier. Put this inspector over here. Oh, do I even need 2 inspectors? No, I guess I don't need 2 inspectors. So let's go rain. Actually, I should be able to just do constrained by type song data. Okay. And it's 5, or no, it's 676. 676. So there's the correct one there. Next, raise earth. That's going to be raise earth. It's going to be 234. 234, easy. Okay, so that one's done. Next, sandcastle. This one definitely won't be correct because I did not put that one in. Sandcastle. And this one is 76464. So let's fix this one. We have to fix it twice. Can't believe how stupid I am. So it should be, it's a little bit complicated. 7. Oh, 7 is actually the top note. It's not the second to the last note. It's the top note. You know what? Well, okay, this is fine. 7, 6, 4, 6, 4. So 7, 6, 5, 4. 6, 4. So let's get one more note in here. There we go. 7, 6, 4, 6, 4. And now I've got to duplicate that in another spot. It's just the stupidest system. The pinning system has its own freaking thing here. So I'm pretty sure I can just delete the notes out of this and copy the notes. Or maybe just delete the entire notes group. I hope that that works. Let's grab the notes group out of this one. Are there any references to it? Doesn't look like it. All right, so I can copy this notes group and then paste in there and put it at 0, 0. Yeah, that looks like it's a perfect replacement. Ooh, come on. Don't do this to me. Don't do it to me, Unity. I hate that you do this to me. It's so brutal. Dang it. Okay. I'm just going to delete that. I'm going to try again. Oh, it's so annoying. Paste in there. No, it won't paste inside. It won't do it. We paste next to. There we go. There we go. Okay. So it won't let me reorder them. But I'm pretty sure I can just delete the other notes. Nope, I can't. I can't do it. Savage. It's absolutely savage. Crazy. I just have to unpack every single one. It's freaking frustrating that you can't mess with that stuff. Lupercal says, you mentioned wanting to do a merchant game. Have you ever played Moonlighter Dungeon Raid at night for items to sell during the day at your shop? I've heard of people telling me about Moonlighter, but I have not played it. Do you actually fight in Moonlighter? It is like a fighting game, right? When I think of the kind of merchant game I would love to make, I think of Patrician. I think of, well, certain elements, certain supply chain elements of the Anno series. And I think of a lot Merchant of the Skies, which is a relatively small indie game that I think is only like 4 hours of content, but very tight little loop. And I really thought it would pair nicely with a more narrative RPG style game. That was actually, after playing that game, I was really inspired. I thought that basic loop of buying and selling, or the basic verb of buying and selling, you could really tie a lot of things. Just buy low, sell high. That's basically the whole entire verb of the game. And you could tie everything to money. I love tying things to money. It's so easy to tie auxiliary game loops to money. Feels a little capitalistic, but it is just really easy that you can, it's almost like you just get like, points essentially. That's what money is. And then you use those points to do other things. You can gate people with money. You can gate people, into other parts of the game. I just find it very easy to use money for that. So I think it'd be cool. Simple dungeon fighting. Gotcha. Yeah, maybe I'll have to play that. Cortor says Stardew without money would not have happened. Yeah, that's definitely a sort of. It's funny because the game is kind of anti-capitalist, but it is also kind of capitalist, right? Because the story is telling you one thing that you left, the corporate world, and the sort of like, disdain for the big corp or whatever. But the game itself is kind of, the loop itself is kind of about like capitalist growth, right? Merchant of the Sky sounds interesting. I consider a similar idea, floating island farm that people visit by airship to buy your goods. I think that just things in the sky in general sell really well. I wasn't actually thinking of doing a game in the sky. That my merchant game would not be in the sky, and it would not have sky islands. It wouldn't even have islands, I don't think. But just the idea of going around and buying and selling. Cortor said someone made a fun more for Stardew with locking single tiles behind money. It worked really, really well. Interesting. Tile locked valley, something like that. Huh, I have not heard of that. Oh, made a mod. Oh, gotcha. What am I going to do about this? It's so annoying. So annoying. Can I copy a bunch of transform positions? No, you can't copy a bunch at once. I'm just a little worried that this is going to break. But if I unpack the prefab, let me just unpack the prefab. I don't know how else to do it. I could stick all the notes in there and then delete all these notes. And then... Okay, let's see. So I know that will work. Let me save the, oops. I've got to, in order to even test this, I need to set everything back to as it was, which means I turn off the view panel. I turn off the spellbook. I turn on the inventory. Then I turn off the player menu. And I turn off the pinned recipe, or the pinned song. There's a lot of room for user error there, but I think I did it right. Now I'll save the UI prefab and back up. Burkal says, I like to think about how to keep scope small. Islands are the ideal way to do that. It is definitely a lot easier to do a bunch of little islands. It's also the thing I find it less enchanting. I really like, I've never really liked archipelago style game worlds. I don't know why. There's something exciting to me about one big landmass like Oblivion or something. I guess it's just taste. I just like the idea of all the features of all the, I guess land is exciting and ocean is not to me. Ocean is just empty. But it is much harder to do a big land world. But I really like rivers and waterfalls and all that stuff. What am I testing? I'm testing the pin for the sandcastle jingle. So those are the wrong color. So if I pin a different song, all right, so you can't just replace them. All right, well, that solves that problem. So you really do have to like copy the positions of the notes. Incredibly annoying. So let's see if I can repair what I've broken. In order to repair it, first I need to turn on the player menu. I need to turn on the pinned song. Somehow I need to get it back into a prefab state, I guess. Let's open up the player menu. Let's open up the inventory. Let's turn off the inventory, right? That's the first step. And turn on the spellbook. This is really tedious. Let's go into the manuscript, sheet music, sandcastle. All right, so then we need to go into the pinned song. Where is it? Is it above? Is it below? Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh boy, howdy. Okay, let's just type it in. Yeah, there it is. Okay, it's in the HUD. So let's crack that open. Sheet music. So sandcastle. I don't know how to reconnect this. How to connect something to a prefab. I don't know how to do it. Is there anything actually tying this to a sandcastle at all? I don't think so. I don't honestly think that there's anything about this that there's any reason I can't just delete it and then duplicate it like this. I'll just stick it in the same exact spot that it used to be and rename it. Pretty sure that will be exactly as it was. Now I have to do this insanely tedious thing where I need to copy. Man, it's crazy. Okay, I need to turn on the exact same one. So it's the first three are off and then the rest are on. So, and then I guess I just need to copy the transforms one at a time. Copy component. It's so stupid. I don't know what it was that really would think that you would be able to have some kind of prefab connection here. I guess I could have made like prefab variants, but I don't know if I want to get into that right now. It might literally just be faster to do this for each one. Probably is. It almost never pays off to do a bunch of like refactoring work when you could just do it by hand when you're this close to to shipping. So I got something wrong. I don't know what it was. This one, it seems. The third one. Okay. Well, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 notes here. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 notes here. What did I do wrong here? Copy components. The third one. Paste component values. Okay. Did I get them completely out of order now? Crazy. Paste component values. All right. Now it looks correct. So that's that. And turn that off and move on to the next one. Song of the Lake. I don't know anything about Song of the Lake. I don't even think that there is a practicable song for that. Song of Waking, there definitely is. And actually we have the correct one. Water Trap is new, so let's do Water Trap. Let's turn that on. What about a canal boat merchant that travels between villages and towns? I like canals. I want to have like all the vehicles, I think would be fun. If you could have a little cart and a little boat. Maybe at some point an airship. Yeah, for sure. Oh, the world is the most fun. I could go forever thinking about that kind of stuff. I cannot think about that. I can't. It's poison. Can't think about the merchant game right now. Just have to stay focused on Glimmerwick. All right, so the notation for the water trap. Let's go water trap. Is 23210. Let's just go in order here. So 2, which is this one. 3. Oh, no, no, no. 3. 2, 1, and 0. Two, 3, 2, 1, 0. Easy. That one's easy. Okay, now we'll do the exact same thing on the other one. Where we turn these ones off, and then the first 5 we turn on, right? First 5. Oh, man. There must be some faster way. Copy components. Paste component values. Why can't I just copy? There is paste component values when you have multiple things selected. I don't think it'll work though. Okay, the third one, copy components. The fourth one, copy components. Paste component values. Okay. Oh, look at that. I always got something wrong. Okay, this is starting to get annoying. I'm starting to think about other solutions because this is borked. This is absolutely unthinkable stuff. What is it like? I'm just messing it up every time, really? How am I getting this so wrong and so stupid? That's correct. That's correct. Okay, somehow this note, copy components, paste component values. Okay. And then the last one, I guess I didn't get right. Copy components. Paste component values. Okay, there. Now it's right. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, let's save. So now we've done 2. I guess they are going fast. I mean, honestly, if I just shut up, buck up, I would have this done in 15 minutes. And that is better than trying to think of some fancy solution. It's going to take me longer than that. Song of Silence, I don't think we have a song for. Kelpwing, so Festival is definitely going to be different. So let's do Festival. So let's go Festival. Lupercal says, I struggled so much coming up with my first game idea. I settled on fish because they're my passion. Maybe you enjoy Silk Road history. That could be interesting. Yeah, that would be. I would definitely, I could dive into that so easily. Okay, looking at the festival. This one is, I don't remember actually doing one for the festival. So let me make sure that I actually did. I don't think I ever did this. I don't think I made a short song for the festival. Let's make sure to do that now. 4/5. I don't even see a 4/5 in here. Oh, the sequence is 4. 5, 6, 4, 3. No. Okay. So let's do 4, 3, 2, 1, 3. 4, 3, 2, 1, 3. 4, 3, 2, 1, 3. Perfect. Maybe even longer, because nobody's going to be casting this. I don't even think it's possible to cast this. So we could do like 2, 1, 0 on it. But we don't even have enough room for that. Does it even show a short song version? That is an important question. Let me actually just try to run the game right now, because I might not have to undo everything to run the game. I think that there are some songs that don't have short song versions, and we need to be careful not to waste our time on those. Okay. I'm definitely gonna have to get rid of those instruments. All right, here we go. So Song of Waking has one, Rain Dance, everything. Lake to Lily has one, Fish Trap. Festival Song. Festival Song actually does have a short song version, but why? Let's pin it. There's no way it should. Okay, we have it pinned. I can't open my flute. Oh, great. I don't know if that's an initialization bug or what. I don't know why you would need a short song. I'm pretty sure you don't need a short song. There's got to be some songs that don't have short song version, because you would never want to cast this out in the wild. Location, everything. Practicable. So we have, it's interesting. Yeah, it's just weird. 4, 3, 2, 1, 3. In order to test the game, I need to like undo all of our stuff here, which is just annoying. Then I got to redo it again, but I need to make sure that we're not rolling forward with a broken game state here. So let's just turn off. I think we turn off the sheet music, right? Pretty sure. Then we turn off the music view panel. No, wait, we don't. We don't turn off the sheet music. I don't know. I can't remember. I cannot remember. I know we turn off the sheet music view panel. I know that. Okay, so we turn that off, and then we turn off the spell book, and then we turn on the inventory, and we turn off the player menu, and then the pinned menu. Just make sure that we do this perfect. Let's turn that off too. Let's save. see. Stray Array, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Okay, let's clear out those null reference exceptions and make sure that we have not caused a new regression bug. They cleared themselves out. Okay, so far so good, no bugs with that. Looking at the festival song, we do indeed have a short version of the song. I'm gonna pin it. The pinning of it breaks. Does everybody else, does pinning always break now? Have we completely broken the pin feature? We have broken the pin feature. So let's check that out. Let's see, we've got... Are you gonna show me the game object or what? What's the problem here? Sheet music notations. Here we go. It's that thing right there. I bet if I hook up the one that we renamed Sandcastle, I bet we'll be back in business. Ah, what the heck? Ah! Okay, what is your issue? You're not going to open encode? What's your problem? Pin song. Music notation. It's a loop. We've got a music notation that is unsigned reference. Okay. Well, I'm just going to hook it up and hope that, because it is in pin song, we fixed it, so I don't understand. Oh, I bet it's because we did it in the prefab and not in the actual runtime. That is why. Yeah, that's definitely why. Okay, so see, yeah, we did it in the prefab. We just have to save our changes, I guess. And that's going to fix that bug for sure. Okay, now that we fixed our regression, yeah, we're definitely gonna fix it. We're not gonna let people roll without a pin feature. So it's the festival song I'm really just curious about. There we go. So nothing happens. Is that actually the festival song though? Probably not. When we actually play it, which is 4-3-2-1-3. I need to practice the ancient version for the festival. So why? Why do we even have a short version of the song? I don't understand. And why does that short version seem nothing like the actual song? Let me go into the actual song and see what's going on there too. Each of these songs should have so much more thought going into it than what I'm currently able to do. I see. So that's why. I just didn't really have the right key in my head. Okay, now let me jump into game again and see how that song hits me. Now that I have the correct key in my head. Although players won't have the correct key in their head, so it'll just sound weird to them. There, I did it. Okay. Oh, wait, no. What is it then? Festival starts with 4, which is here. 4, 3. Oh. All right, well, that's fine. We can do that. Maybe we can do a few more notes. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Da da da. Can we fit that many? We'll see. It'll be fun. Now let's go into the UI. We already have it open, and let's get our nasty stuff going. It's the festival. Again, I don't know why we need a short version, but we'll turn that on. We'll turn the pinned song on. We'll turn the player menu on. We'll turn the inventory off. We'll turn the spellbook on. Turn the sheet music view panel on. We'll turn the festival song on. And then we'll get to work. So festival. I'm pretty sure I can notate this without any help. So it's just going to be, oops. Ba. 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 Ba ba ba. 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 Okay, so we're really going to need to scrunch these together if we want to do all these notes. Oops. Keep that one in the middle there. There. I think it's fine. Plus, it makes it less likely that the player will accidentally play them. So for this one, we've got the pinned song. We've got all the notes active. Festival, pinned song, all the notes active. And we need to do the nightmarish thing of literally copying a bunch of transforms for each one. Is there a hotkey to copy the component transforms? Probably not. That would be very strange. Paste component values. Copy components. On number 2, paste component values. Copy component on number 3. Paste component values. And then on number 4. Skip to play. Hello, welcome, says, are you considering different keyboard layouts? In German, the keys to the right of L. Yes, we have accounted for all of the keyboard layouts. We've got, in the options, you can select what what kind of keyboard you have, and it'll change the default keybinds, and then all of the keys will update as well. Like all these little keys will update to what you have. It was incredibly difficult. It was so confusing. It was, but we got it done, and hopefully it's all right now. And it should auto detect what region you come from to change the defaults. So fingers crossed that's all working. I guess most games don't have to deal with it because most games don't putz around with those keys over there. So it was very annoying. Hey, Nanani, hello. Oh, yes, answering, yeah. Hopefully we got those done properly. Okay, copy component on, this is the 4th one. Paste component values. What is this? The 5th one? It's so hard to tell. Copy component. I'm definitely going to make mistakes on this one. 5th one. Paste component values. It actually seems to be going well so far. I'm being very careful. 3rd from the last. Copy components. 3rd from the last. Paste component values. 2nd from the last. Copy components. 2nd from the last. Paste component values. Last one. Copy components. Last one. Paste component values. Perfect. Okay, that's done. So we turn off the festival here, turn off the festival here, and I know that that's correct. And if we want to remove it later, fine. I know I don't have to do shovel because we got rid of the shovel. We don't have Ballad of Growth. Tangle Knot, I'm pretty sure I must have already. I don't think we have a Tangle Knot song, so I won't mess with that. Snow Sculpture we definitely need to do, so let's do Snow Sculpture. Snow, something about snow. Let's constrain to song data only. Snow Sculpture, there we go. 646423. So let's look at, it's kind of a long one. Oh, it's actually, it starts with a 4. I'm just gonna open up the Snow Pile song just to make sure. Snow Pile song 46423. 464234. Okay, 464234. So let's do this one 4, which is this key 6. Oops, which skips just one key. I forgot what I'm doing. Snow Sculpture. This is grueling. Absolutely grueling. One of the stupidest ways I've ever set anything up. I'm like so annoyed with myself. Okay. 464. Could have done it any other way. I just didn't know it was going to be this big annoying to. Seemed fine at the time. So we got the 464, and now we got 234. So it's 2, 3, and then we need one more note here. 4. Whoa! Okay. Let's move those down a little. It might be a bit too complicated. It's not too bad though. It should be easy. Okay. Hey, Nanani says, I was there for some of those localization streams. I will give you the kudos on that. Oh. We're okay. We're okay. Stressed. Overworked. Never ends. But it was nice. It was nice out today. It was beautiful. We sat outside for like 30 minutes. And then it was back to work, you gormless, foul creatures. Okay, so snow sculpture, and then we need to copy the same thing over there. Okay, and now we just need to paste all the same crap. Copy components. Was it really just the first two? Yeah. Paste component values, copy components, paste component values. And the third one down, copy components. Third one down, paste component values. Now it's the last three. All right, did I get the last? Yeah, third from the bottom. Second from the bottom. Copy components. Paste component values. And now bottom, bottom. Copy components. Paste component values. Okay. And that's all. Very good. Yes, if only that were true. Cannot de-stress when there's very valid stress. You know, some stress is just in your own head, and some stress is, no, you perform or you die. Now is the time. It's not going to be okay if you do not work your ass off every second. It is time to face the music. And the babies never stop. Okay, whirlwind. Let's go whirlwind. Oh, okay, so this one is a short one, and that's by design. So this one only has 3 notes. Oops, I don't want to delete them. I just want to decheck them. And this one is going to be 5-7-5. So this one is unfortunately a very common one that the player might accidentally press when they don't mean to, but oops. 5, 7, 5. Okay. That's how video games get made, yeah. Eastshade was less stressful, that's for sure. I mean, we worked a lot. We really crunched to finish Eastshade, but stakes didn't feel high, and we were working on the game every day because we wanted to make the game really good. We didn't have 20 other things just to meet bare minimum. Before we can even work on the game, we have to do a grueling shift with childcare, and then you can work on the game. And even then, there's not enough time to work on the game to make it as good as we know we can. So we're just doing the best that we can and hope that we have done enough. And the launch is going to be rough. It's going to be very rough. What do we have? Okay, so we have the first 3 notes here. Yeah, I think we're going to have a lot of bugs when we launch, and we're going to probably fix them in the first month or 2. We're just going to be continuing firing all... The crunch will continue for, I would say, 2 or 3 months after the game launches. We're going to keep crunching for our lives to fix all the bugs and edge cases. And even then, you know, we're like leaving things that we wanted to do. Just little things, little extra polished things. Really in the way, it's content that is going to take the biggest hit. I think that stability-wise, the game will probably get there. It'll get to where we wanted it to be by the end here, even if we don't get there by launch. But content-wise is where we really will take the biggest hit. The content will never be as polished because we're not going to go back and polish the content. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense 4 months after launch to go and change the timing of a particular quest chain to be better or to improve the breadcrumbing of a particular quest. like the types of things that make the game better in the way of content, or like to improve a little animation here, or to add some more sparkle effects on this particular thing, the beat that happens in this quest. Those kinds of things I don't think are, I just think we're going to be wasting money to do them after, long after the game launches. You know, I just think nobody cares about it. Like, it's not a real content update. Even though you've improved the content, you haven't added new content for people to play. So people want, you know, new things to do, entire new quest lines. They want new areas. They don't want the improvement of content that is already in the game. So I don't think it serves anyone. It's not going to excite players, and you know, many players who play the game. It's not going to improve our review scores because the press will review it just on day zero right away, and then we'll never get another chance to. You know, they're not going to come back to the game and improve their scores. Maybe the player review scores will go up a little bit, but very marginally. It's so. There's just never going to be a time for it, and it's just going to be done. We just have to hope that what we've already done is already good enough, and that, you know, to give people the magical time. I mean, I had a really magical time playing the game the last time I played it, and that was a year ago, and it's got, well, not fully a year ago, like 7 months ago. And it's gotten only better since then, so hopefully it's enough. But I know we can do better. But I fucked up too much by not hiring enough people earlier in development. Okay, so shrine repair. Let's see. Is that what we called it? Shrine repair? Yes. All right, let me catch up with chat here. Time to take a break and stare at your impressive. No, we can't. There's no time to do that. We must ship. We must finish. Courage and cortisol is what we need every second of the day. And the wish list numbers, they're all right. They're all right, but we spent a lot of money too. Cortor says, I'm currently cussing out my coworker's lack of time and foresight right now. I just made a CL that's broke. Oh dear. Take at least 3 days off before launch. How? I can't spare 3 days. Hey, Nani asked, did we find it? Yes, we did. We actually have 2. So that should help us. Hopefully that will go great. We're really excited about it. Content means quests to most players. Yes. Yeah, content, the new content, yeah. If you add more sparkle effect before giving us a music Twitch emote, I'm going to be so sad. Cortor says, as someone who spent hundreds of hours in the past month refining old content. Gotcha. Yeah. It's going to be sad when it lands. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's great before the game ships, but after the game ships, it's, you know, it's not the kinds of things that players want. It is the kind of things that players want, just not ones that have already played the game. For new players, they won't know. They don't know that they want this. They don't know they want the content to be better. But of course, I just think those kinds of improvements are the bread and butter of what makes a game good. It's funny because it's not what players want, but it is why they like a game. They just don't really know it. It's like if you don't do all those iterations of content improvement, the game's gonna suck, and they won't. They'll just. They won't even, I don't even know if they'll know why. They'll just say things like, they'll say really vague things like the writing's bad, or the quests were boring. They'll say something like that. Just very vague sorts of things. They won't feel the magic. I didn't like the run animation. Yeah, it could be something like that. It could be very, very, they get very distracted by what they think they don't like about a game. Shrine repair is 0124. Let me see if that's actually shrine repair. Restoration round song. Oh, 0124 restoration round. I just want to make sure that we actually have the right short song. 012, yes, we do. So now let's make that. So we have 5, so we need 5 notes active. Now shrine repair, which is 0, 1, 2, 4, 2. Oops. Four, 2. There we go. I'll move this down maybe just a little bit. And then move this one down just a little bit. We could move them all down just a little bit. All right, and now we've got to do the same thing on the stupid pinned one, which is shrine repair. Okay, let's activate that. Notes. We need 5 notes active. Deactivate these other ones. I'll go ahead and save because I haven't saved in a while. What they really didn't like is they couldn't find resin. Yeah, something like that. Some point of friction. And then once they have completed the quest where they find resin, when you push the update that said we made resin easier to find, they don't really care about that update anymore. They've already done the quest. It's tough. It's tough. The games as service style is not conducive to making a good game. You can't really spend time making the game better. Because then players will just be like, where's the content? They'll just be like, why the updates suck. All right, so this is the wrong one. Okay, so let's get the wait, what's going on? Oh, here we go. Copy components, and then note here, paste component values. Okay, the second one, copy components. Second one, paste component values. The third one, copy component. I hate that I'm doing this. It's so, everyone's watching probably thinks I'm an idiot. I think I'm an idiot for this. There's just got to be so many better ways. I'm just scared to do them because I do not want to cause a regression bug because I refactored some little thing to be a prefab variant and it broke some reference that I'm not seeing right now, and then have some big regression bug that ruins some playtest. And we're just at that stage. I just don't want to mess it up. Just want to keep things exactly as they are, put in the markup exactly the way that, that it's already working. It's too late. It's too late. Okay, but we got the shrine repair. Let's go Desolation Dirge. Let's turn that one on. Let's do the one down here, Desolation Dirge. And now let's find the Desolation Dirge notes. Just want to make sure Desolation Dirge has the correct short song. It doesn't look like it has a short song at all. Let's open that Desolation Dirge. 214653. 214. Yeah, feels like it's going to need to be a little longer than that. How does the song go? I'll never remember. Okay. Benze G Games, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate that. I guess they will be using the Desolation Dirge from time to time, but I'm going to want a few more notes on there. So looking at the Desolation Dirge song, 21465. 21465. 21465. That should be a song that is less likely to be repeated. 21465. Okay. Hi, Benze, welcome. Benze G. Saying that right? I can call you Ben. All right, so here we go. Let's go with Desolation Dirge. We added a couple notes there. Where did you go, Desolation Dirge? There it is. Yeah, we're going to need 5 notes. So let's just activate 5 notes, and then let's deactivate the other notes. And then we'll click on, we'll do the same thing down here. We'll activate the 5 notes. Deactivate the other ones. And then we'll grab that Desolation Dirge and lock it. Well, thank you. You don't understand what I'm saying because you don't speak English, or because I'm being confusing? Okay, so here we go with the notes. So we've got 2. Oops. Two, 1, 4, which is over here, and 2 more notes. 6, 5. 6 and 5. All right, we'll move this one a little bit more just to create a little bit more separation there. And now we'll just copy each one. We'll undo. Let's go ahead and save. Only speak Russian, but I can read a little English. I see. Well, I know a couple words in Polish, which might, if I said Dzień dobry, would a Russian person know what that meant? I know that Ukrainian Dzień dobry and like Dzień dobry, like they have a very similar way of saying good day, basically. Let's see what this is. Let's translate. Good afternoon. Okay. It made sense. It made sense to a Russian person. Fresh Twig asks, how come you're using Unity 2019? That's right. Core Taurus answers correct. Just don't need to upgrade unless you have a very specific reason. And, you know, it's just kind of risky. If you're deep in production and you're really focused on shipping, then you don't want to be chasing Unity upgrades. Okay, third one, copy components, paste components. Fourth one, copy components, paste component values. We need to wait for 6.7 when they abandon mono. Interesting. Okay, paste component values. All right, that seems good. So now we've done that. Desolation Dirge is done. Let's turn that off. Turn that off. And the challenge song, we have the Temple Raiser. So let's do the Temple Raiser, and that's all we can do for now. And then we leave the other nightmares for some other nightmare problem. There's probably some stuff. I mean, our game is more 3D than 2D. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything we would actually use. But there's nothing wrong with this version of Unity. So for the Temple Raiser, come on, where is it? There it is, Temple Raiser. 5746. Oh no, it's 7463. Let's check if we're actually using that. 7463. Okay, yes, we are. So that is the actual song we want. So it's a 5. It's a 5-note riff. And then let's lock this. And it's going to be 746. So we start with 7, which is the top note here. 4, which is this note. 6, which is going to be this note. And then 3, 4. 3, 4. Oops. Wait, what did I do wrong? Oh, nothing. Okay, it's fine. Very nice. And now we do the same thing down here. We'll turn that off and copy the components. And then we go down here. We just want not the Desolation Dirge, but the Temple Raiser. And this will be the last one we're going to do today. Then we probably have to test all of them. Let's get these 5 active, and then this one off. That is 5, right? No, that's 6. Okay, and then we paste component values, and then we got one more here, copy components, paste component values. Burning Giraffe, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Third one, copy components. Third one, paste component values. Just copying this crap. I'm surprised nobody's given me lip for this yet. Surely by now somebody would tell me, how is this not a prefab? I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know why this is not a prefab. There was a reason. It's not a good reason. I can guarantee that. And it certainly could have been worked out. But, or better yet, it could just look at the goddamn data and populate these things. But no. I didn't code that out because I didn't think it would be worth it, but I think it would have been worth it. I do at this point. I didn't realize we were going to have so many songs in the game. That is all we can do for now. Let's turn off the Temple Razor. Let's turn off the sheet music view panel. Let's turn off the spell book. Let's turn on the inventory. Let's turn off the player menu. Let's turn off the pinned song. And let's save the prefab. Okay. Love games like Stradivarius. Very cool. Oh, very nice. You saw it on YouTube. Excellent. Hey, Burning Giraffe, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. It's always great to hear. Let's test some of the new short songs that we have. And then I'm probably going to call it a stream. Get to bed. Okay. Oops, I forgot about all these instruments. Let's try the Whirlwind aria. Just make sure it still works. There we go. Whirlwind aria works. Desolation Dirge. Let's pin that one. Don't think I can do that here. That's exactly what I would expect. Restoration Round. Let's pin that one. Perfect. I'll try to use the Restoration Round up here. Is this guy gonna try to talk to me?
Right, move along then. You're well on.
Okay, let's go. Benze says, tell me please, what size cells do you have in your Hobtar in inventory? Oh, hotbar. What size cells? Oh, I don't know. Let's see. Player menu, inventory. Backpack slots. Slot is 68 pixels. Wait, yeah, no, 80. It's 80 by 80. Here, I'll put it like this. Yeah. That's the size in pixels on a 1920 by 1080. Okay. Let's see if we can try playing the restoration round here. Oh, that went to the wrong. What happened? Oh, okay. I know what happened. It tried to talk to someone who should have been at that shrine. Yeah, that's got to be it. Gary. Yep. Gary was supposed to be at that shrine. Okay, cool. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. What's thank you? I'm trying to remember what's thank you in Polish. Well, how do you say thank you in Russian? It's got to be something. Spasibo? That can't be right. It doesn't sound right. Well, thanks very much. Appreciate that. Okay, so it seems like they're all working. I didn't try the water trap. Maybe I'll try the water trap. I'll try that one more time. I really have to turn off the instruments here that keep popping up in the developer settings are very annoying. Let's go over here and let's pin our song. Fish trap refrain. Perfect. Well, Russia is one of the biggest markets. English is the first, Chinese is the second, Russia is probably the third. Maybe Russia or Germany, depending on the game. But yeah, lots of people speak Russian. I think like a third of Ukraine speaks Russian. Latvia speaks Russian. Pretty sure like Kazakhstan speaks Russian. I think a bunch of the other Baltic countries speak a lot of Russian, so it's big language. Okay, so what else? Is there any other snow pile jingle? Let's pin this one. Let me just make sure that's actually the snow pile song. Yeah, that is it. Beautiful. Okay, I wish I didn't mess that song up. Very nice. Okay. Well, I think that about does it. We've added all the songs. Let's put all this data in there. Major music. Major spell song pass. Okay, sweet. Very pleased with that. We're going to call that a stream. I'm going to go ahead and check that in. Submit. I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. If you're new to the stream, please check out our game. It's called Songs of Glimmerwick. It's a Witch Academy RPG with piano, where the magic of the world is music. And it has a free demo available that you can play right now. And people really like it. In fact, we have a public feedback form that a few hundred people have graciously filled out after playing the demo. It's kind of hidden. It's not very easy to find, so that's why there's so few. Over 10,000 people have played the demo. And the median score that people give Songs of Glimmerwick on our public feedback form on a scale of 1 to 10 is 9 at the moment, which means, if you understand the median, that at least half of everyone who filled out the feedback form gave us either a 9 or a 10. That is a lot of 9s and 10s. We are extremely proud of it and couldn't be more encouraged by that positive feedback. But if you haven't played the demo, I encourage you to go check it out. And hey, if it's your cup of tea, give us a wish list so that you do not miss the game when it comes out, when the full game comes out. All right, folks. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, and hopefully I'll catch some of y'all next time. All right, bye-bye.